Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diasporic should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Antonio Charles. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we have with us Dr. Adrienne Toney. Dr. Adrienne Toney is a nationally recognized transition and procurement expert and serves as the Director of Operations for iMorphos Publications Global. With over 30 years of experience as a ghostwriter and consultant across public and private sectors, she is also the author of The Realistic Approach to Work, also called RAW, Diagnostic Assessments and Curriculum, a certified employment support professional. Dr. Tony is an authority in workplace development, career transitions, and training facilitation. She is also the Senior Wellness Director for Planning a Senior Days Out. A Sunday school teacher and a humanitarian, her civic and professional contributions have been honored by the U.S. presidents and the state leaders for her enduring impact on education, employment, and community service. I present to you Dr. Tony.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning. How are you?
Finding yourself.
I don't know who all that you was talking about. It's just little old me. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
Okay.
So we are super excited. I was glad to get the call. I'm here in Los Angeles, California, and I recently attended the AI and U convention and symposium on AI and U and what that means for businesses, small businesses, and seniors and adult learners, because the way we did business even 5 years ago has changed tremendously with the advent and the actual innovation of AI. So I'm excited to talk to you guys a little bit about that and where we go next with our small businesses using the technology and not allowing it to use us. So there you go.
Well, I got a few questions for you today.
Come on with the questions.
The first one, what inspired you to create the raw diagnostic assessments and curriculum?
Okay. So working as a transition specialist before I became an expert, I was working with students which are in special education and adult learners from the ages of 14 to 25 and really trying to help them focus on their transition plans. In the school system, they have what they call IEPs or 504 plans, which are individualized performance enhancements so that they have the accommodations that they need and the things that will actually make them successful for post-secondary outcomes. And post-secondary could mean work, the military, going to the universities, starting their own businesses. And what I realized in doing that was that our 25-year-olds and older, so once they transition into post-secondary, it's kind of like they're an adult now, you got to figure it out. And you have people that are re-entering the workforce that's been in the incarceration, people that have been in the military who are transitioning out of the military back into civilian life. And so the raw diagnostic tool was created because it's the realistic approach to work. It's straight the facts about that individual, and they're able to use that to leverage their strengths and overcome whatever weaknesses they may have identified throughout their academic career or professional. And it really gives them the opportunity.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Okay, Dr. Tony. Our next question. What was the most rewarding part of your role as Director of Operations at the iMorphous Publications Global?
Right. So I was saying that the realistic approach to work is just that. It's the realistic approach, really looking at an individual's strengths and not focusing in on their weaknesses, what they have as resources, their individual knowledge, skills, and abilities, and their own subject matter expertise, because everyone has something uniquely their own that they can leverage in the workforce.
Okay. Now, does your corporation work with individuals with disabilities or special needs? And if so, how do your assessments support their job placement?
Right. So it was actually birthed out of working with individuals, and we don't say that they have to have anything other than the accommodations that they deem as necessary. So sometimes it may be that we work with the Arkansas or California or whatever state agency there is for rehabilitation services. Rehabilitation services is a national mandate that makes sure that from the time that that person is born into death, that they have the necessary accommodations in the American workforce. So we most certainly work with WIOA, which is the Workforce Opportunities Investment Act, and making sure that everyone has a level playing field with regards to education, work, and of course, business, right? Because we love entrepreneurship for our individuals that go through transition.
Okay. What are some of the like transitions you're seeing in the workspace right now?
Okay, so as I was saying, I came to go to a conference on AI and you, and using technology to leverage your skill set, making technology an asset and not an enemy, desensitizing that fear and the trepidation that many people have, especially when you think about those individuals that have a need for special accommodations. Sometimes it can be intimidating to think about adding now this layer of AI and using technology to their avail, right? But the accommodations, they're widespread, and I think it's a great benefit to make sure that we're teaching how to use AI, teaching how to use the technology versus just having them to kind of like steer away from it, get away from it. I'll say this, a lot of our young people, 25, 17, that age group, they use gaming all the time. They're on their phones constantly, right? But they don't use it for business. And so we've got to teach them how to use those devices for business and not just for gaming, not just for social media, not just for chatting and texting, but to utilize those devices in a business setting, in an academic setting that will not only forward them, but leverage their skill set.
Right. Okay. That sounds very interesting for a young person to try to learn too. Okay. What would be your approach to developing statewide transition expos and youth programs?
All right, so wonderful. I have done that in the state of Arkansas, working with the South Central Cooperative, and it represents 13 school districts and then homeschools programming as well. So what they have allowed and hired me to do as a consultant in the past is to host a regional transition event. And what we do is we bring in businesses, business owners, we bring in HR professionals, we bring in the special educators, the state agencies that correlate. So the Department of Workforce Services, rehabilitation services for those accommodations, and then mental health professionals, with the parents being our special guests. Why I say the parents? Because if you're 16 to 25 years old, your parents still have a hand in what's going on with your life. There are forms that have to be completed because when you turn 18, you legally have a right to do and say medically and financially a lot of things. But we know that parent engagement and parent involvement brings about success. So at the expo, we have a room full of resources where the parents can meet the professionals and help them help their children. So I think that's probably one of the biggest nuggets that I would say and recommend to anyone is that whatever you do, incorporate and include and invite those parents to come, because that's that student or adult learner's natural resource is their parent. And it doesn't have to be mom or dad. It could be aunt, uncle, but some adult that will be able to help guide them through the process of entering into the workforce or a small business.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. What motivated you to teach the lost art of customer service?
Wonderful question. One of my favorite subject matters. I probably more than I think so I graduated in 1989 from high school and went off to the military. And when I came back, I went to work at the O'Hare Airport in Chicago, Illinois. And the first thing that I learned was customer service. Customer service is critical for the success of a business. And I was working with the Teamsters and Hertz Car Rental and municipality there. And we spent 2 weeks of nothing but customer service. And it really was ingrained in me. And I believe it is one of the things that has propelled my entire career. Customer service, putting the customer's needs and wants and expectations in front of the business's agenda. Because if you don't have a customer, you don't have a business. Right. And I think we've gotten too lax in thinking that you can give any kind of service and you're going to be able to be successful. Your customer is the VIP at all times. You have internal customers, which are your employees, and you need to keep them first as well. So as a business owner, as a board member, we always need to be mindful that our internal customers as well as external are satisfied. We need to make sure that we are keeping them happy and satisfied with our services, because that's other than that, you don't have a business.
Correct. Well, that response pretty much answered like 4 of the questions. Okay, we're going to move on. How does your theological background shape your professional mission?
Oh, yeah! I love that one too. So again, piggyback off of customer service. As a part of the Great Commission, we have been called to go out and teach ye all of the people all over the world about the good news of the gospel. And without proselytizing, I use a standard of excellence to teach. I don't speak about religion or religious practices in terms of what choices people make, but I represent a standard of excellence in all that I do. And with my business transactions, and when I'm teaching and training, it's incorporated without beating the person up, without being condemning, without being judgmental. We have to teach. And when you teach, you have to love the individual. And those are all theological principles, right? So to love your neighbor, to make sure that you are putting that individual's soul before their life. A lot of times you'll have trainers and teachers, and they're speaking at the person versus speaking with. And so being a theologian and studying prepares me to do my work, whether it is in an academic setting, a business setting, whether it's in a political environment. We as Christians, because that's who I am at my core, have the ability to navigate all of those industries, because I believe that God is the source and everything else is a resource. So when I'm doing business, and it doesn't really matter where, what country, what individual's race, creed, or color, the standard is excellence. And if you do that, you will far surpass what the world has deemed as necessary for success.
Yes, ma'am. Now, with all that being said, was there any life lesson that you went through that led you to your program?
Yes. Life lesson number 1. I made it through my childhood in Chicago, Illinois. And I lived in what we were told is the ghetto. And I always say I'm ghetto, I'm not dumb. I was raised in Parkway Gardens, and there were amazing people of great esteem and intellect and power and authority. And wherever good is, there's also evil. And I was able to learn very early on to know who I am. I believe if I have one nugget that I can leave with anybody, is to know who you are and to have a very clear sense of your identity, because what the world will tell you about you is only true if you believe it. So you have to have a strong identity. And I did. I was given that opportunity to learn who I was very early on on the south side of Chicago.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, let's see. What what we're going to get back to the customer service because you explained it so good, and I know that's a major part of the whole operation. Could you tell us what are three principles you teach about customer service?
Okay, customer service. So, number one, standard of excellence. Know your product, know your services. Products, goods, and services are how we use a medium of exchange for remuneration. That's how we get paid. So, you have to be very knowledgeable about your products, goods, and services so that you are not always having to defer or call someone else. If you're a frontline worker or if you are the CEO, you need to have a very good grasp on what the products, goods, and services of that organization is. And if you don't, you need to know who does, right? So you don't have to know everything, but you have to know the individuals. And that goes to point number two, which is relationships. Internal customers, which are going to be your suppliers, your vendors, those that you do business with, your accountant, your banker, right? Those are all internal to your operation. And then the external, which are the customers that come through your doors via the online services you may provide, or if it's a brick and mortar. So having that knowledge about your products, goods, and services, a standard of excellence, those two are right off the bat. You've got to maintain that, and it has to be perpetual, continuous. Training needs to be all the time, always pivoting, monitoring, and adjusting. If something isn't work, you don't wait until it's broken to fix it. You want to be proactive. So customer service allows for us to be proactive because we're asking those questions. We used to years ago give out surveys, right? So we would have the customer to write a little customer service survey to see how well they enjoyed their services. I implemented an internal customer service survey where I'm always asking those that I work with and checking their pulse if they're happy, if they're satisfied. Because if they're not going to reach your customers on the end user, right? They're going to be somewhere between mediocre, if best, representing your organization. So you want to make sure that not only are you asking external, but you're also keeping track. You're tracking with how well the level of satisfaction is with those that you are working with internally. So I would think those three things are critical. More than that, again, it's ongoing training and development, bringing in experts. I love doing contract work because I'm able to do an assessment of the organization, the individuals in the organization. I did that recently with a school district, and we really looked at what was working and what wasn't working. And the boss, right? Because everybody wants to be a boss. That's kind of not a good, cool word in the training and development world. It's like nobody wants to be bossed around. So I prefer using servant leader. But the leader of the organization was able to see some of the things that needed to be fixed, and it didn't have to come from her. She had identified some of those things, but I went in and it's a level playing field because I'm unbiased, right? I'm just looking at the data. I'm making decisions based on the tangibles. So you can't make emotional decisions based on what people feel or how they're acting. You need data. And so as a consultant, I get to go in and I'm looking at numbers. I'm looking at, did you check this box? Didn't you do that? And that allowed for her to make some adjustments that needed to be done throughout the entire organization without her being the bad guy, right? Because I come in, I do my work, and then I leave a tight little bow on top, and then I'm gone, right? So it helps organizations to bring in experts. So if you have any issues, you really compliance with regards to corrective actions, training toward those corrections, and you utilizing an expert to do that is always a good idea, right? So you stay in good relationship with your internal customers.
Yes, ma'am. It sounds like you're running that to a T. So, like, what would be a legacy that you would hope to leave in the workforce development community service?
Oh, yay. So I have a hashtag that I use and I've been using for over 10 years. And it is hashtag literacy rich giant steps. Literacy rich giant steps. I believe literacy is the antidote to poverty. I learned how to read, write, and speak well as a child, and it carried me through. That's what made the difference between myself and others, is because I really focused on that library experience and reading all that I could. And so I brought that into adulthood and into my profession. So training and development, if you understand, you're not a success until your successors arise, until you start seeing the things that you've taught replicated, even innovation and expounded, right?
Okay.
So I have some that I've mentored, that I've trained, and they've outdone me in certain areas. And I love it. And I challenge them. I says, I'm not going to stop anytime soon, but I pray that you outdo me. I think that's the best gift back to my legacy, is that these literacy rich giant steps that I've created, those that are walking with me, they will one day outdo me. They'll outrun me. They'll outpublish me. They will outcontract me. They will outdo me. And that will be the feather in my cap, right? They'll call me blessed. They'll say, oh, I remember when, but then they'll be somewhere where I'll be able to sit back and look up and see them at the top, right? I always tell them, I'll see you at the top. And I love that. I want to see my successors outdo me.
Yes, ma'am. With that being said, for the viewers out there watching, what's one piece of good advice you would give to any young professional that's looking to start out right now?
Be humble. Be humble. 2025 graduates, I was asked to do an address to them, and humility is the mark of greatness. If you are not humble enough to be great, you're not great enough to be humble. You have to be both. It's a mark that no one, you don't have to announce that. Just do great work. Just do the work and it'll speak for itself. You don't have to solicit and hustle. I always tell the young professionals, I'm grinding. I'm like, you're going to grind yourself down to dust and you will return to the ground quicker than you're supposed to. Hustling, grinding, doing these things, exploitive measures, you won't have any longevity, right? So you've got to pace yourself. You got to do the long game. And so it is that. Are you humble enough to be great and great enough to be humble? Humility will take you a long way. You don't have to fight for your spot, because if you're trained and you're prepared, when opportunity knocks, you'll be ready. So be humble. Be humble. I'm thebomb.com. I know that. And I know that in every room I walk in, but I'm very humble because I know that.
Right. How big of a role does patience play?
Say that again.
How big of a role does patience play?
Oh, tremendous, because you have to wait your turn. Everybody gets a turn, but you have to wait your turn. And what do you do while you wait? You exercise your faith. You exercise your gifts and talents. You stay training. You stay learning, continuous learning. If you want to be good at anything, you have to, the performance of the thing is what's going to render the result, right? So you've got to practice. You've got to prepare. If you want to be a great speaker, you've got to speak. If you want to be a great singer, you've got to sing. You want to be a great artist, you've got to do the art. You can't talk about doing it. You have to do it. And that practice, while you're patiently waiting for your turn, will cause you to perform every time.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Yeah, you'll show up.
Okay. Let's see. Before we get off, could you please give us your contact info one more time for the people out there viewing?
Oh, sure. So I'm on social media. On LinkedIn, Dr. Adrienne M. Tony, as my name is written here on the screen. On Instagram, which I love Instagram. I don't know why, because I I love the pictures. I love Instagram. So follow me on Instagram. And of course, I'm on Facebook as well. Just type my name in. And let me just leave you guys with this. I used the Gemini AI function to see who I was. And it's like back in the day we used to Google, individuals to see what it said. Well, now you can use AI. And I used AI to find out who Dr. Tony is. And it was amazing. So if you do nothing else today, go on to AI and put in your name and find out who you are according to what has been written about you.
And for our people that's out there that's kind of on the edge about it, would it be wise for them to get a mentor?
Oh, yeah, of course. You listen. Everything I'm telling you, success and succession, mentoring, mentorship. I serve as the Mayor's Youth Council Senior Advisor. I have mentees that are adult learners that are going through doctoral programs. It's a myriad of business individuals who are starting out in business. You need someone that has traversed the land and knows the pitfalls and is not, first of all, is not going to try to hamper or to stop you from being successful because they're already successful. Getting information and ideas from people who've never been where you're going is not a great idea, right? So if I tell you I'm going to take you to London, England, and I've never been there, probably not going to have a great trip, right? Because I don't know where I'm going either. So you want to make sure that you link up with the individuals that are where you want to be, that have been where you want to go, that have success under their belt, because it makes the relationship that much better for you as the young mentee. And even I'm going to say, stop saying even young. Older people, I have a mentor. I spoke to my mentor yesterday. We were on the phone for over 45 minutes because I'm just sitting like a sponge, absorbing her wisdom. And I value still having someone that can correct me, who can guide me, who can also celebrate me. And that's what mentorship is. One of the reasons why it's so valuable, because your mentor, if they're only telling you how to correct yourself and never celebrating you, it's not a good mentor. Get rid of them. And that's just me saying it straight out. If they never can celebrate you, if they never give you your flowers, if they never tell you you're doing great, that's not your mentor. That's just an individual critic. And of course, critics are a dime a dozen because it's some everywhere. Haters are everywhere. So you want somebody that's going to be on your side and be a cheerleader and tell you the truth, but you want them to celebrate you. Yeah.
I can see you take a lot of pride in your work. So where do you see your business in the next, let's say, 15 years?
Woo, that's a good question too. The next 15 years, I'm on a 10-year plan right now, which started in 2021. So 2031 will be the end of my 10-year plan. And by that time, I will have built my ranch, which I believe is going to be a state-of-the-art training facility, retreat, luxury experience in the South of the United States of America, in Arkansas, have people come from all over the world. And of course, with the advent of technology, we'll be able to do like we're doing today, but to come and to relax and to be trained in a holistic environment about business and smart business moves and philanthropy and non-for-profits and not-for-profits and business endeavors, but really a dream factory. So I want to make sure that I leave a legacy, not only in brick and mortar, but on the hearts and the souls of millions of people. I pray that everybody would learn to take literacy rich giant steps, become avid readers and lifelong learners. And so I'm going to do my part to make sure that it's some boots on the ground with
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Tony.
You're welcome. And it's a joy. And let me just tell you, Mr. Charles, your excitement and I believe your passion will take you far beyond any of your own trepidations and your own fears. I'm watching you, and I watched your countenance change from the beginning of our session, and you are much lighter, sir. And you are going to, guess what, see me at the top. So God bless. Have a great day. Thank you so much for this interview.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090. 9090 USA.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Arsenio Charles. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we have with us Dr. Norma Hollis. Dr. Norma Hollis is a change agent who writes and implements programs for human development. Her programs assist people to understand and experience the depth and power of their potential. She was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers. Known as the godmother of authenticity, she now owns a human development company that includes an online school as well as certification programs to prepare coaches and speakers to integrate their platform with her authentic technology. She is a phenomenal coach who can help you create greater success in both your personal and professional life. She has important information to share today, which will help you catapult your success. I present to you Dr. Norma Hollis. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You're not live, are you?
It wasn't that?
No, you haven't started yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Arsenio. I appreciate your introduction. And hello to all of you, and welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Dr. Norma Hollis. And today I'm going to talk to you about what I've spent all of my life studying, which is authenticity and how to be an authentic leader and why it's even important. You know, they say that as words come into society, they come in out of necessity. And there would not be a need for the word authenticity if there wasn't so much inauthenticity going on in the world. Very, very, very evident in what's going on in the world today, as I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, will agree with. So we're going to talk a little bit today about authentic leadership, what that means, what it means to be an authentic leader. I mean, as an entrepreneur or someone as an aspiring entrepreneur, you are a leader, right? No matter what you do in life, you are still a leader. Whether you're a parent, you are a leader. Whether you're a friend, you lead that to some extent. Everything in life leads to or directs and takes you towards some area of leadership, which I find interesting, given that the research that says that 69% of the population doesn't even want to make a decision. They just want to be told what to do. I was so shocked when I heard that statistic, which came from the DISC program. Some of you may know about the DISC, D-I-S-C. It's a assessment that people helps people understand themselves. And I'm all about understanding yourself. And I was really shocked to learn that only 69% of people, that's as many as 69% of people, want to just be told what to do. That is not necessarily those of us who choose to be entrepreneurs. Because the reason we choose to be entrepreneur, I've asked that question many times to people. And the answer that I get most frequently is people become entrepreneurs because they want to make money or they want to make a profit. That's the number one reason people say. But in my experience as an entrepreneur for the last 30 or so years, is most of us as entrepreneurs do not make a lot of money. We make some and we get by. We don't get the big paychecks that the people that do the full-time jobs, but we have more freedom and we have more opportunities in many ways, and we see life a little differently. But the reason that I think many of us go into entrepreneurship is because that's how we can have more control over our lives. Let's face it, when you do a 9-to-5 job, you are beholden to someone else for the majority of your waking life. When you work for another company, they kind of own you And if you're on a full-time salary, they can call you anytime they want, right? And generally you have to respond and go away from what you might have been doing for your own enjoyment or growth or pleasure or whatever. And you have to follow the instructions of what they ask you to do. The thing that I found so interesting about work in the corporate world is how it changes people. When I owned my speaker bureau a few years ago, I had so many people that came to me after they had been working in the work world, mostly corporations, for 10 years or so. And they said to me, Norma, can you help me find myself? I lost myself at my job because I had to be who they wanted me to be. Do you find yourself in that situation? Chances are, if you're in your 40s, late 30s, certainly in the 50s, you're realizing that this life we're leading, this path we're taking through this journey to 80-ish or so, is not the journey that they led us to believe when we were children. And it really hits home when you get 40-ish, because you've been 10, 20 years in the work environment, and you realize the game that's being played. That's when a lot of people decide to become an entrepreneur, because they realize that they have lost or set aside their control over their own life. That's why entrepreneurs become entrepreneurs. I know I became an entrepreneur rather than going the nonprofit road, which might have been the thought of other people doing the work that I do, is because I didn't know where God was leading me in the work I was doing, and I didn't know what it might mean. And in nonprofits, you are restricted on what you can do or talk about. And I didn't want any restrictions. I paid a price for it because it was more expensive to move forward, because, you know, when you're going with what's in your gut and it's not really definable that well, which was my case, since my whole business is about authenticity, which is hard to even define sometimes. It makes it a little harder, but it also made me more committed. So I ask you, how committed are you to what you have chosen to do in your entrepreneurial pursuits? And are your entrepreneurial pursuits based on something that you are called to do, or something that you think is going to make you money? Most people, again, go into entrepreneurship because of the money they think it's going to make them. What's interesting, though, is that the majority of people, by the time they get to be about 50, are not using the specific degree that they earned in college in the job that they're doing. They may be using the discipline that they learned and what have you, but it's not in the same field in many cases, not 100%. So going to college is not not only for the area that you majored in, but it may be for some related or supplemental area. Like my degree was in early childhood, which has nothing to do with public speaking or coaching, but it does, and I did make it happen that way. Because where I look at life, and I'm much older than most of you, no doubt about that, is that it's one long journey, and you keep building on it. You build on it and build on it. So what you did in your first job may not be what you're doing in your third job, but likely it's somewhat related. But going back to becoming entrepreneurs and having more control and independence with our life, that is not available to you, at least in the same way, when you do a 9-to-5, whether it's in a corporate environment or a beauty salon or whatever. But if you're tied to something, and you're tied particularly to someone else's dream, which in many cases you are, unless it's your own business, then you are stuck responding to the needs of their dream. And I'd like to ask you, what's your dream? Is your business in the area of your dream? Let me take you back, way back, to my first degree of early childhood. And if you can go back to maybe 5 years old, or at least before you were 7, what did you really enjoy doing? What did you love to do? What is it you couldn't wait to get your hands on because you just loved it? Do you remember what that was? Is that in your life now? Is that energy? Is that passion in your life now? That passion you want to keep. You may shift what you're passionate about, but whatever you're doing as an entrepreneur, you want to be passionate about. But let me tell you how you lost some of that passion and lost some of your authenticity as well. And it goes way, way, way back to your first few years of life here on planet Earth. Let's talk about the first year first. That's when, you couldn't walk and you certainly couldn't talk. You didn't know what was going on. You just were existing and eyes wide, looking at all the things around you. And that's when your first level of authenticity was taken from you. Because what did you do as a baby when you needed something? You probably cried, right? And what did mommy do when you cried, or daddy, or whatever your caregiver's name was? They came and attended to you, for the most part. Especially in the beginning, when you were brand new and they couldn't wait to just honor your needs and all. But by the time you get 8, 9, 10 months, you get a lot heavier, you cry a little louder. You also learn a little bit about your own manipulation. That's when you also learn that if you don't change the cry to something else, mommy might not attend to your needs. And you need mommy to attend to your needs. So that's the first time you decided to make a bit of an adjustment in what came naturally for you so that you could please your caregivers, the gods before you. You look at your mother and dad, those that feed you as your God in a sense. And then as you got older, probably went to preschool, and no doubt in preschool, someone told you how great you are. Maybe it was playtime and you decided to sing when they had the music opportunity and they loved to hear you sing. And you really liked to sing. And when you got home that day, you were so excited you couldn't wait to tell your mommy what happened in school today. And you can sing. And you did. Look, mommy, listen, I can sing. And you started singing at the top of your lungs, just as happy and just waiting for mommy to tell you how great you are. And instead, mommy says something like, I had a hard day today. Why don't you go watch TV until I get dinner fixed? And how do you think that makes you feel? You kind of step back a little bit and you kind of conclude that I can't sing if mommy doesn't like me to sing. And maybe that beautiful voice that your peers heard, you now don't want to even share it because mommy didn't want to hear it. Something that is just kind of simple in our minds because we do have busy days. Getting home from work is tiring. We are tired. We do want them to go sit down and leave us in peace for a little while we regroup to what has to happen next. But that little bit, that little itty bit that you did may have been so impactful for your child that they never sang again or never forgot how that made them feel, or felt less secure when they wanted to speak out, when maybe it wasn't their turn, even if they knew they had something important to say. I won't say it's your fault. It's just life and how life works and how life impacts us in different ways and how life in many ways takes away from our authenticity. So keep that in mind next time one of your children or grandchildren or friends or nieces or nephews or whomever comes to you excited about what they've learned and what they can do. And remember that that's part of their authenticity, a part of their unfolding and blossoming up to be who they are and who they were meant to be. Because see, I have this belief that all of us are on the planet with an assignment, with a purpose. We've heard about purpose. We've talked about that everywhere you go. There are books about that. People say my purpose is my purpose that. But research says that only 10% of the population, at least in North America, is aware of what their purpose is. And only 5% are living their life in their purpose, doing what they were assigned to do. Well, guess what I mean when I say be authentic and find your authentic self? I mean stepping into your natural gifts and talents, who you were born to be. Because you see, God gives all of us gifts and talents from the very beginning. When I was a kid, I used to say, you don't use your gifts and talents to earn a living, to make money. Yes, you do. Why do you think the energy, the knowledge that's more superior than yours and mine and all of us collectively would give you the gifts and talents that you were given, if it wasn't for the purpose of you using them on this planet? Take Dr. Eric Kelly, for example, the person who put this program together. You never know that he was a phenomenal artist unless you had the opportunity to experience his work. And it is phenomenal. What if his mother had told him when he was a child, honey, that doesn't look right. That's not how you're supposed to paint. You're supposed to do it like this. And then all that wonderful creativity that he shares in his paintings and his colors and his unusual way of seeing the world would have been lost on all of us. I hope you aren't losing your child's gifts, because it's how you help your child grow with those gifts that brings those gifts alive. So take some time and help your child to discover who they are and who they can be in the world based on the gifts and talents that we were given. Also, based on who we are as a people. So let me go there for a few minutes and tell you, if you don't realize it, that Eve was a Black woman. Now, you won't read that in the history books. You won't read that in the Bibles that we are led to read most of the time. The Bibles talk about Adam and Eve, and they talk about Adam and Eve as the first people on the planet. Well, the Eve that I'm referring to was not one of the first on the planet. She was here somewhere around 200,000 years ago, give or take 50,000 years or so, depending on what research and information is different. And this is researched, actually true information, that there is or was a Black woman in Africa whose DNA is now in every human being on the planet. That's right. 200,000 or so years ago, when this woman passed, she passed on to her children the mitochondria that was in her cells. Now, mitochondria is a substance that's in healthy cells of all of us. And for years now, they being the researchers of the world, have been researching DNA from all parts of the world. And they found something that had them very befuddled for a while, and probably took a while for them to even publish it, but they did finally publish it in 2018, and it was widely spread in 2023. And so here we are now with this knowledge that everyone on the planet has the mitochondria of a Black woman from Africa who lived 200,000 plus or minus years ago. This has been validated by multiple sources. If you research it, you will find it. There is a video out about it. Lots of information. Don't be scared to find it and read it. Now, some of you are thinking, if that's the case, why are some people white and not Black? Well, it's explained in the video, and essentially what they say is that it took 20,000 years for Black skin to turn white. And that had to do with where the progeny of Eve from Africa migrated over time. And there were some that migrated to areas that were a lot more sun, and that caused their skin to change colors over time. Now, I may have a few facts wrong, but the details or the basic information is absolutely on point. All you have to do is go to Google and research Eve as a Black woman, or African Eve, or anything of that nature, or mitochondria Eve is what some people call her. You will find and validate this information. But this also had me thinking about the current times that we're in, where we are, in many cases, burning books. Not we, but other people in power in different parts of society right now are deciding to burn books and put certain books on ban. And in other places, I'm learning and have learned throughout my entire life that there was a time in Africa when the entire population was Black and the entire population was doing phenomenal things, even some more advanced than the things we're doing in this society 4,000 years later, haven't even caught up with what we did before. But these were entirely Black populations. The richest man in the world was in Africa, a Black man during that time. There are so many stories. I'm not even going to pretend to know them, but there's stories about the phenomenal work that Black Egyptians did way back in history. And I often wonder, well, what happened? If Blacks were these phenomenal warriors, the Black women were these great queens, and they too were warriors. Even the fact that we had wars going on back that long, it's been going on for a long time. But what happened to all the Blacks that were in charge of these locations and doing such fabulous things? Were they also involved in the slave trade and considered like any other person and allowed to come over here to America under those conditions? And look what's happened over the centuries, over the millenniums. And a lot of that, and I haven't fully researched it, but it seems to be based on the advent of guns and more guns and improved ways to use guns and bigger guns and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We know some of that history from 1619 on and how it impacted those of us who are Blacks in America now or all over the world. They even showed something just today or this week in Facebook about some hieroglyphics that were uncovered just in the last month or so. And the pictures on the wall from millenniums ago all show Black people. So it does make you wonder, and maybe it's because it seems like every few centuries the books get burned and we only have the word of mouth to go by. And word of mouth can get altered a lot. So this is just part of this history that I want you to think about when you think about who are you. You come from a long line of kings and queens and people with supernatural powers who did wonderful, phenomenal things. You are creating your own history as an entrepreneur, as a role model for those who are coming behind you. And those who came before you paved the way for all the things that are now available to you, even the fact that we can have a business. I want to say something special to those of you in the music industry, because the music of Black people is copied everywhere all the time. Am I right? But in addition to that, as society is evolving, this is for the metaphysical people out there, as society is evolving and things are coming into the world a little differently, it's the musicians that are the bearers, the standard bearers of what's next. It's through their changed music that society changes. the research done, I think this was by the guy that wrote Pendulum. I can't, his name escapes me right now, but he's a literary agent who has multiple books on the New York Times bestseller list. But his research said that as society changes and evolves, it's the music that changes first. It's the musicians that have that connection with source that is so tight and so specific and so prolific and prophetic that when you see the shifts in the music, you can look for shifts in our evolutionary process to come soon thereafter. I'm sorry I don't have more examples for you at this particular point in time, but trust me to say that listen to the music. And when the musicians, especially those who are most popular, are changing their style, their format, their genre, or whatever, look for changes to occur in society also. So now that we know who we are as Black people, Eve was a Black woman. We had kings and queens long before. We are kings and queens now. If you look at the things happening on the planet, so much of what is still being copied is what we bring to the table. So they can mess with us, they can throw us around, they can make life difficult, but still, as Maya Angelou says, we rise. We keep rising, and you keep rising too, no matter what, because the effort is there to pull you down. But let me help you for a moment to see you. Because who are you? I told you who we are, and you are one of that we. Now let's go to you particularly. So particularly for those of you who are that 40 to 50 year age range that I mentioned earlier, because you're the ones who are positioned to make the most impact, because you can not only impact your children, you can impact their children, you can still impact your parents, you can impact your peers, and you can impact your coworkers. And with that, you're impacting really your world. And it's the more authentic you become in your world, the more authentic those around you who are in your world will also become authentic. That's how we change the world. We each become more authentic one by one and help those around us become more authentic. And then encourage them to help those around them become authentic. I know it's not a microwave solution, but we didn't get where we are now from the microwave. We got it from a slow cook oven that's been adding the heat more and more, so systematically, strategically, and slowly that we didn't even realize the heat was rising. And now look where it is. But you individually have the opportunity to create the change if you will accept the challenge. Of course, you can't do it all by yourself, but the key is if each of us do our little part, and it's not a lot, we can create the change that we want to create. First, you want to know more about you and who you really are and what your gifts are. You know, I talked about the children and the little kid coming in singing, and if he can sing that well in preschool, that's probably one of his gifts. Probably so. And what happens when you begin developing your gifts early? They become like second nature. They become very easy. They're no longer considered gifts. They're considered your phenomenal career, your six-figure career as an independent, doing what's in your natural gifts and talents, because that's what God sent you here to do. Doesn't that make sense? Excuse me. The people who are the most successful in school and in business are people who are self-aware. So there is a great deal of motivation for you to create self-awareness within your own life. So what does it really mean to know yourself, to know who you are, and how deep can that knowledge actually go? Is it possible to go really, really, really deep? Well, let me tell you that it is. It's possible to know your thoughts, to understand the thoughts that you're just thinking about thinking, that you're not even thinking yet. Thoughts are in the air. They kind of fly around us all the time. And we grab the ones that relate to us. And if we're not careful, we've grabbed so many that we're overwhelmed. So do you know yourself well enough to know how to manage your thoughts and control them so that your thoughts also benefit you? I'll give you one tip. Tell your thoughts when they come around and you're thinking about grabbing them to wait. If you're a thought I need to entertain, then come back 3 times. The 3rd time you come and get my attention, that's when I'll listen, not the 1st time, because I got too many of them sliding around. I got a lot of interest, and these thoughts keep coming around. And if I grab all of them, I won't be able to sleep. So you have to be selective in your thinking. You also have to be selective in choosing your friends. Some friends are for you, and some friends are not. When you become more authentic, you begin to understand what types of friends are most suitable for you. Some friends help you think better. Some friends help you get things accomplished better. Some friends help you communicate better. Which one are you most vulnerable in? Thinking, communicating, or taking action? Part of the key to success and being authentically knowing yourself is knowing where you're most vulnerable. For me, I'm a big thinker. I'd love to think and plan. I'm not so good on the doing, though. I love to create new ideas. In fact, I have a new idea every day, if not 3 or 4 a day. But they don't always get taken to fulfillment. I may start many of them, but not finish them. That is one of my shortcomings. But man, when I get people around me to partner with me who are doers and can take my initiation and take it to fulfillment, boy, we're rocking and rolling. I have to keep that in mind when I bring on partners, when I look for partners. That's the difference of success and failure, particularly financially, for me as I go into my authenticity business. What's the case for you? Do you know yourself well enough to know what types of friends would best suit you? When you know that, you really know yourself, and you know how to manage yourself in such a way that you create a much better life for yourself. Do you know how to coach yourself? Coaching is a big deal these days. A lot of people have become coaches. And a lot of people are great coaches, and there's some that are not quite so good, especially the ones that got divorced last year. And because they got divorced last year, they think they can coach you on your divorce. It takes a little bit more than that for coaching. But one of the reasons that we need so many coaches on the planet right now is that we don't know how to coach ourselves, because we haven't had lessons in self-awareness. We don't really even know who we are or how to manage ourselves in the most effective ways. You hear a lot today about being in a mental health crisis. My perspective, we're in a self-awareness crisis because no one teaches you that. In school, you don't learn who you are. You just learn how to be an adult in terms of going to work and doing what you're supposed to do. And that's why 69% of the population doesn't want to think, because they haven't been taught to think. The best gift you can give yourself is to just take time and practice thinking. When I was a kid, my uncle, who raised 4 children who were very, very successful in life, he would have them all sit down once a day for 30 minutes and just think. He wouldn't tell them what to think about. He said, just practice using your brain. And if you have children, I suggest you do that too, because children in school districts are not generally being taught how to think. And critical thinking is critical, but it takes practice. That's why thinking is important. Now, you can start thinking with this whole process that's going to benefit you and your children. And that's the process of reflecting and assessing, which is something we don't do much of individually. We're so busy jumping out of bed, running in the car, running to work, going through the motions, jumping in the car, running back home, eating, going to bed, doing it again the next day. We're on such autopilot doing the same thing every day, the same thing that we in most cases don't even like to do. But we do it anyway. We jump out of bed. We don't do critical thinking. We just keep on going. But if you stop and just tweak something in your life, suggestion, tweak your ride home. On your ride home, rather than listening to the music and getting lost in the drive and getting mad at other drivers, consider taking that time to reflect and assess. Reflect on the day. Smile and congratulate yourself for all the great things you can remember that day, especially decisions that you made that you know were good decisions, whether it was something to buy or not buy, or to eat or not eat, to say or not say, or whatever, but a decision that you made that was really positive. Reflect on your day, reflect on your week, reflect on your month, reflect on your year, reflect on your life, and then assess what you might do differently, what you might change your thinking on, anything of that nature that's going to help you see life differently and help you to grow. Then look at what are your current challenges. Where are you? Where do you want to be? Why are you not where you want to be? Is it your thinking? Are you on overwhelm? Are you taking in too many thoughts? Are you trying to do too many things? Are you moving too fast? Are you moving too slow? I know when I move too fast, I get a big sign, something will happen and I'm going to fall and I'm going to break something. And then I'm going to be sitting down for 2 to 6 months because I moved too fast and now I can't even walk or type or whatever. So I've learned the hard way to just slow down. And sometimes you have to slow down so that you can later speed up. Where are you at? Take some time on your drive home. The next time you drive somewhere, get into the shower and reflect and assess. And the answers will come to you. It's simple like that. Not hard at all. And also you want to ask yourself, where are you moving to? Where are you going? Where do you want to be? What about in 3 to 5 years? What do you want to be doing? Where do you want to be living? How much money do you want to have in the bank? How much do you want to be earning? Who do you want to be working for? The same person you're working for today? What if you looked in the mirror and that is your boss? How would that make you feel? What do you have to do between now and then to make that happen? What do you need to reflect on and to assess and to do differently to make sure you position yourself for the success you want? All of these things are about being in business. All of these things are about being authentic. And all of these things are about using your energy in an effective and appropriate way. All we have is the energy within us. We each use our energy differently. Some of us are high end and hyperactive, so to speak. A lot of speakers are like that. They come on stage and they're all hyped up and they're just full of energy and they raise your energy. Other people are a little bit more subdued, maybe a little more quiet, a little gentler energy, more calming energy. Whatever energy, there's no right or wrong. It's only a right or wrong if you're doing it and it's not being authentic for you. I remember I was speaking for a Toastmasters speaker bureau, and I had 2 people introduce me, and they were both very similar. Hey, Norma House is here, da-da-da-da-da, all this high energy, and that's not me. So I let them do their thing, and I just came on and said, hey, I'm Norma. And this is what I want to share with you today. That's my energy. I get excited in my energy, yeah. But I'm not going to rah, sis, bamboo, and skip on the stage. That's not authentic for me. So I don't try any longer to do things that make me look and feel inauthentic. Instead, I try to stick with authenticity, with those things that are authentic for me, that are natural and genuine, that come across easily. And what's so funny is that when I'm not being authentic, I mean, people see it. And if you're a speaker or a coach and you're not being authentic with your clients or your clientele, they can tell and they'll hold it against you. So it's to your advantage to find who you are authentically, to live your life of authenticity, and to share your voice in authentic ways. All of us were given a voice. All of us were given a purpose. As I mentioned at the beginning, as entrepreneurs, many of us take that voice and that purpose and apply it into an entrepreneurial venture or ventures. I think I've had 4 businesses, and I think I finally know what I'm doing. It took a long time, but that's how business is. It's constantly changing. Now that in the time that I've been in business, I went from mailing everything out to email everything out. Of course, I love the email and not buying stamps all the time and having to print things all the time. And this is a very slow way of doing business now that we have a different way. I do my best to keep up with the times. Are you keeping up with your times? Are you keeping up with your authenticity? Because, we change over time. And if we're on autopilot, we don't even see the changes that we are making. And how can you stay vital and in line with things if you're not making changes in such a way that is appropriate for your growth and your development? So I started talking today about authentic leadership. And I, of course, am going to end talking about authentic leadership. Everything that I've said in between relates to authentic leadership. Taking time to know yourself, taking time to reflect and assess on your day, on your week, on your month, your year, your life. It's only through taking time to reflect and assess that you really can examine where you're at and what you might be able to tweak, just a slight change, to really bring you large results. That's important to do on a regular basis. Now, I am a coach. I refer to myself as an authenticity coach because I help people make the adjustments and the alignments in their life that allow them to be authentic. In some cases, it's just a small tweak, as I mentioned. But if you're in the frame, you can't see it quite as clearly as someone who's not in the frame, who's been through a heck of a lot and who knows what to look for and how to find the thing for you to tweak. So if you're having any type of adjustments needed in your business or professional life, I can really help you many times in just one call, one 90-minute session. Sometimes, not always, is all it takes to get a person back on track. So if you are someone who's looking to get back on track, who's looking to expand what you're doing, who wants to be more authentic and certainly wants to take that business and grow it. As I said, I've been doing this for over 30 years. I've learned a lot. I've made enough mistakes for all of us. I can help you shortcut. I can help you get back on your authentic path. Just reach out to me. info@normahollis.com. info@normahollis.com. Feel free to Google me. Feel free to send me an email. Feel free to I'm on all social media. You can find me very easily. And I look forward to hearing from you. Norma Thompson Hollis, Dr. Norma Hollis at info@normahollis.com. I sure hope you picked up something today that I said that will help you to look at your life from a little bit more reflection and assessment perspective. Anicio, thank you. Nice to see you back.
Thank you so much. Your presentation was wonderful.
Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Appreciate it.
One more time before we go, can you please give your contact information one more time?
Yes, you can reach out to me at info@normahollis.com. Thanks so much. Look forward to hearing from some of you. And be authentic. Stay that way. Thank
you so much.
All righty. Bye-bye.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is faces that speak life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Arsenio Charles. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today we have with us Mr. Jeffrey Hill. Mr. Jeffrey Hill is the CEO of Hill Financial Group, Incorporated, an award-winning firm specializing in risk mitigation, wealth management, and advanced tax planning. Known for pioneering the virtual family office model, Jeffrey helps clients create tax-free wealth and build multi-generational financial legacies. With a 98% client retention rate and a forward-thinking approach, his mission is to empower families and business owners to take control of their financial futures through proactive, personalized planning strategies. Welcome, Mr. Hill.
Hey, now can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's a pleasure
Awesome.
to have you with us today.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back.
Well, I got a few questions for you today. The first one, go ahead and get started with is, what inspired you to adopt the virtual family office model at Hill Financial Group?
Good question, man. When I came into the industry, I started my business back in 2009. So if you guys remember what was going on then, we were in the midst of the recession, right? And so I was looking for a way for me to get away from corporate America. And I saw exactly what happened to business owners that I was servicing in my corporate job. And I saw the struggles they were trying to figure out how to make life work, how to keep employees happy, how to keep running their business and make adjustments to the tough economic times. And so imagine starting a business in that type of time frame. But when I started, I was very singular focused, just more so on risk mitigation and a little bit of the wealth management type of things. But over the course of the last 16 years, I became a multi-passionate entrepreneur. And as I started to grow my own wealth in different silos, I knew I had to increase my team. And so I was looking for teams that could specialize in taxation, estate planning, and things like that. But what I also realized, sir, is that my clients, my best clients, wanted that as well. They wanted that one-stop shop. They wanted to be able to sit down with an advisor and make sure everything was going to flow naturally. And so for me, that's what inspired me to really go ahead and go forward with the virtual family or fractional family office, if you will, was this is what my best clients wanted. And this is what I was already utilizing in my own personal life. So it just made sense for me to offer that to the marketplace so I could serve at a higher capacity.
Okay, good deal, man. How does your firm maintain such a high 98% client retention rate?
And I would say by being innovative and trying to focus on personalized planning. Okay, this is not like any cookie cutter necessarily thing that you're getting. You know, imagine like a snowflake. From a distance, all snowflakes look the same, right?
All right.
But when you really get up close, there's no two snowflakes alike. Well, what I mean by that is I can sit down with two different businesses. They can have the same amount of employees, the same amount of revenue coming in, but their plans are going to look completely different because what makes up the business is the ideas of the business owner. And so I would say what kind of attributes to that high stickiness rate is really digging in and offering tailored and customized plans based on what you are trying to accomplish. Sometimes you might initially want to start off saying, hey, I really want to do something for my kids. I want to make sure they have business and estate planning done. But that's going to look different from you to the next person. And so I would say when you really dig in and try to hear what the client is wanting, but also hear what they're not able to articulate, I think that's what just really speaks to the stickiness of the business and why people want to hang around, because I'm always innovating and I'm always trying to bring new strategies. One of the things you mentioned, we want to be proactive and comprehensive. Proactive means we want to be bringing strategies to you. And oftentimes what happens in these relationships, the client is doing some research and they're trying to bring ideas to the CPA or to their team to be more innovative and more strategic. Well, we want to be proactive, but we want to be forward-looking in the advice that we give. Now, that doesn't mean a client won't necessarily hear about something they heard from a friend and say, hey, well, can we do something like this? Okay, great. Well, let's sit down and let's go through and investigate it, and let's take a holistic approach to see how this idea might fit in your overall plans. Because just because you could do something doesn't mean you should.
You should, right? Right. Okay. Can you explain the infinite banking concept and how it benefits all of your clients?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Infinite banking is near and dear to my heart because I learned about this strategy before I ever got into the business. I remember I was in corporate America driving my work truck, and I stopped, and there was an advertisement on the radio, and they were talking about this 100 or 200-year-old strategy that's never lost money. It's always been positive through all the tough economic times. There's liquidity. It's based on contract law. It's tax-free. It's protected. And all of these features and benefits. And I'm like, well, I got a 401k at work, and I've lost money in my 401k. I can't access it. It's not tax-free. But what is this silver bullet strategy out there that these people are talking about? And it's like, hey, if you want to know what it is, call this number or go to this website, put this code in. We're going to send you a free 75-page ebook talking about this concept. And I just remember being excited to go home and dig through this 75-page ebook. And when I did, that's when I discovered infinite banking. And it made so much sense to me. I kind of sit back and say, well, why isn't everybody doing this strategy? Because it's based on guarantees. And guarantees matter. Now, anybody can give you risk and volatility. You can get that anywhere. But guarantees cost you a little money. Okay. Right. And because it's rooted in insurance, there's certain laws that have to be in place for it to be insured. Right. And so, when you think about it, people insure their cell phones, they insure their cars, they insure their rental or their mortgages. But why are we not insuring our income, our retirement, our legacy? Right. And so for me, I wanted a tool that was dynamic. I wanted a tool that didn't have the same government restrictions as the 401ks, as the IRAs. But what if I want to put more than $7,000 away and I want it done after tax and I want tax-free income? I can't do that inside of a Roth IRA. I can't do that inside of a Roth 401k. I have limitations and restrictions. But when I look at infinite banking, as long as it's set up properly and designed correctly, I have way more autonomy and freedom of what I can do. I can never be denied a loan from this particular tool. And the fact that it's guaranteed to grow every single year, I can de-risk my overall portfolio and have liquidity, use, and control over my money whenever I want to have access to it. It is an extremely versatile tool, and that's what I was looking for in my life. And so I just dove into learning how the wealthy people were using this tool. And that's when I learned that JCPenney, Ray Kroc of McDonald's, Disney, all of these famous, well-known people out there, the Rockefellers, they had cash value life insurance policies. They had infinite banking policies set up, and they were using them. So in my crazy mind, if I want what the wealthy have, I need to do what the wealthy do. And so I invested in myself in getting this tool in place, and it's a very cornerstone of how I help my clients understand the way to build wealth. Now, it's not for everybody, but the majority of people should at least take a look at it and understand how it fits, because it's a very holistic piece of what you can add in your portfolio.
Nice to know. Could you tell our viewers what are the key pillars of your proactive financial planning process?
So first, let's I like to call it purpose, process, to pay. So the purpose of me sitting down with people is to really get to know them. And the way we do that is we ask them questions and we let them ask us questions to understand where are you currently in your financial journey. And then once we figure out where you are, then we can start to direct you. And that's the payoff is we'll know if we can help you and you'll know if you want our help. But ultimately, our goal is to help you create financial security and peace of mind. And so I like to use what's called the financial planning pyramid. Okay. The first thing we're going to look at is your protection phase. Okay. So let me ask you a question. If you're building a house, what's the most important part of that house? What would you say?
The foundation?
Absolutely. You need to have a solid foundation. So I approach somebody's situation kind of like a contractor. I want to go look at your foundation and see if there's any cracks in it. And if there are cracks, what can we do to fill those cracks in so we can have financial security and peace of mind and have something solid to build on? And so you hear about, when skyscrapers are built, they don't just start putting up the walls and trying to shoot straight up. No, they go deep, really deep first, because the bigger the building, the deeper you need to go to create the solid foundation to hold the structures, right? And so when we look at the protection phase, we want to protect everything that you earn, things that you love, what you owe, and all of that. It's several layers of the protection phase. And so the pyramid's upside down, the financial house is upside down. So you got protection, accumulation, distribution. Most people are just spending money way too early. And so they're not really thinking about the accumulation phase because they're spending money. And then, unfortunately, when we are in our mid 50s, maybe early 60s, that's when we want to get really focused and disciplined because we can see the end result. We can see the next 5-10 years. And it's like, okay, I'm ready to retire in 5 years. So now let me focus. But there's something called time value of money. How long did you allow your money to be in position to grow? And so what essentially happens is when people are building houses upside down, they start trying to layer everything backwards. Let me spend. Now let me try to accumulate. Oh, now let me try to protect. And now it costs way more to protect it than it would have been had you started with the protection first. Gotcha. And oftentimes when you're building it upside down, if you don't have the key tools in place, like the 3 bucket, like you want to have your emergency fund, 3 to 6 months of living expenses. Sometimes people go 6, sometimes people go 9 or 12, whatever. But 3 to 6 months is the focal point. Then you want to have your financial goals or fund money. This is, hey, I need to pay off some debt. Oh, I need to go ahead and save for Christmas or vacations, holidays, something like that. Then you want to have your retirement bucket. Your retirement bucket should be the biggest piece, right? And so once you have at least 3 buckets in place, you know where you need to pull from whenever you need money. Right. Your emergency fund is not, oh, hey, I want to go take this vacation. That's not your emergency fund. That's not an emergency. That's a luxury, right? That's your financial goals of fund money. But because we haven't separated our money a lot of times, it's all in one big pot. And so we don't have a concept of segmentation. So we just pull from it. So the foundation for the process is protection, accumulation, distribution. Now, the longest time you're going to spend is probably going to be in the accumulation phase. Okay? Because once you get it protected, you don't have to keep putting money in the protection. You got to protect it. And so if something happens, I have disability insurance. If I became disabled, it's going to continue to pay for my livelihood. If the good Lord calls me home too early, I have life insurance that's going to go in and protect my family, pay off all my debt to make sure I'm okay. I have health insurance because if I get sick, but I can still work, but I just can't work because I'm sick. Health insurance is going to go in and take care of that. And so those insurance pieces are really key because what tends to happen if we're just focused on accumulation, I'll worry about all that other stuff later on. What happens as soon as you hit one of those roadblocks? All that money you've accumulated, you're going to have to spend it to take care of that thing you should have protected first, right? And so then when you get to the top piece of the pyramid, which is the distribution, well, what are we trying to leave behind? Let's think about legacy. Okay, well, do we have too much that we can give enough away now? And if so, what does that look like? You would think it's easy to just go give away money, right? But it's not always the case. There's limitations on how much you can give and when you can give and who you can give to. And so we like to begin with the end in mind. That's why we ask those questions on the front end, so we can say, okay, if you want the end result to look like this, here's the things we need to be doing along the way.
All right, but how do you customize? Now, is it? I'm pretty sure it is different for every household, but like, how do you customize financial strategies for your upper and middle class in the income family?
So, one of my mentors taught me this: wealthy people have the same problems as everybody else. They just have more zeros to work with. Okay. And so you structure is still about understanding what it is that somebody is trying to accomplish, right? So sometimes I meet people and they have a lot of good things in place, but sometimes they don't really have a plan. Okay. They got products in place. They got some life insurance. Maybe they have some investment accounts. They got some brokerage accounts. They got a whole bunch of little stuff, but nobody's ever sat down with them to help them really map out how all this stuff works together. And I like to use a golf analogy, right? So imagine, I don't know, Tiger Woods came to you and said, all right, listen, Mr. Charles, I can't play in the tournament this year because I hurt my back. Right? I need you to take my place. But you can only take my clubs or you can take my swing. Which one do you want to have?
Your vocal was breaking up on your last part, my man.
If Tiger Woods gave you the option of taking his club or his swing to take his place in the tournament to play, which one would you rather have?
I take the swing.
Exactly. And most people who are really thinking about this question are going to say, well, yeah, the swing, because that's what Tiger works on.
Right.
If you put any club in his hand, he's going to be good at swinging, right? And so what I mean by that is all advisors essentially have access to some of the same tools, the same products. And products are a necessity to play the game. Products have attributes that solve a certain type of problems. But how you put this stuff together is the swing. And so what I do is start to focus on the swing of the families that I'm working with, whether it's high net worth, ultra high net worth, or whatever. And sometimes we can bring in different products that can act.
You're fading in and out.
And this, if you make over like 300,000 as a family, or if you have a certain net worth. Well, when you have accredited investor status, there's different tools that you can use to build wealth, create tax advantage strategies, produce additional income. And other people who are not accredited don't have access to that same thing. And so the planning is just sitting down still, trying to figure out what it is they want to accomplish. And now, are we going to use an irrevocable trust or a revocable trust? Do we need to have a grantor or a non-grantor? And again, it's the same tool sometimes, but the money that they're putting into these tools make a world of a difference. But it's also sometimes they have the ability to pay for more levels of planning, different sets of eyes looking at their plans. That's what I like about the fractional family office. Okay, you don't have to go spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to get access to this. You bring my team in on a specific basis to solve specific problems, and then great. When you need us again, great. Or if you need us, you can put us on retainer and kind of have us like in the corner, so you can always bounce ideas off of. It just really depends on what you need.
Okay. What would be a specific, like you were talking about the tools that they can get, like what would be one specific tool that you would advise your clients to get to help them create a tax-free wealth?
Okay. Oh, well, life insurance is going to be the easiest piece that anybody should have access to, whether you are a high net worth or just starting out, right? And when I say life insurance, I don't necessarily mean the stuff that you get from work. The stuff that you get from work is okay, right? But a lot of times there's a lot of limitations. They typically say you get 1, maybe 2 times your salary. but during an open enrollment, you can go ahead and purchase more. Now, I mean a policy that you own, okay? And you typically get this from an insurance advisor or a broker or something like that. But life insurance is a foundational piece that you want to have in there. And so when I look at it like this, if my goal is to leave a 7-figure net worth, right? Now, how long would it take me based on my income to accumulate or buy enough assets that equal that? It might take me a little minute, right? Or it might take me a lot of money. But I can go get a $1 million, $1.5 million term policy if my income says that it's okay for me to do that. And now I have a foundational piece in place. So if I don't wake up tomorrow, I've already instantly created 7 figures worth of tax-free wealth. Okay. And so I want to go ahead and put that piece in place first. And now my responsibility is to continue to learn how to create other sources of income and put them into avenues that appreciate and increase that net worth, knowing that if I don't ever wake up, I always at least have 7 figures worth of tax-free life insurance in place. And I start to build wealth around that concept. Now, I don't care if you're using term insurance, whole life, index, universal life. It doesn't really matter. The most important policy that you have is the one that's in place when you die. Financially, when people are first starting out, term is easy. It's really inexpensive unless you have some major health issues or you're smoking or something like that. Really inexpensive to go and get in place. But eventually, I need to learn how to strategically use life insurance, and maybe I need to upgrade a portion of that and start doing more comprehensive planning using some variation of cash value life insurance. And there's a lot of tools out there that can be used depending on what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay. Now, let's see. How do you maintain multi-generational relationships across a client's family?
I like to get the people involved as early as I possibly can. And so what I mean by that is sometimes I'm dealing with the parents, and the parents are starting to finally get it. And they're like, oh, this is how you pass wealth on. Well, hey, can you talk to my kids? Absolutely. Right.
I keep on losing you, Mr. Jeffrey.
At this point, those children might have some children that are in their, early teens. Like I'm 42, for example, and my daughters are 2.5 and 1.5. Okay. And so my parents are still alive. So think of my parents being late 60s, almost early 70s. I'm in my mid 40s, and then I have a big gap in between me. And so when I look at like how kind of generations are stacked, so to speak, I'm in something called the sandwich generation. And the sandwich generation is where sometimes I might be taking care of somebody that's older than me and somebody that's younger than me. And because I recognize how these generations work, it's kind of easy for me to be talking about it because I know what I need to be doing for my personal wealth building strategies and to make sure my family is okay. But I also need to make sure my parents are okay. And if they have a goal to leave some wealth, then I need to be helping them manage that. And so this is how you start to create that intergenerational discipline, because talking to the parents who have sometimes the money or the savings, hey, what do you want this to look like? Talking to their kids, what do you want it to look like for your family? And sometimes there's generational skipping things that we do. I have parents who are saying, listen, my kids are okay. My kids make way more money than me. They're doctors, attorneys, business owners, or whatever. But I want to make sure my grandchildren are okay. And so now they skip their children and they go down to the grandchildren. Or if they're fortunate enough to still be around and have some great grands, they want to do generational skipping.
Now, do you work with CPAs and financial advisors? And if so, how do they integrate into your growth model?
Right. And so a lot of times when I'm partnering with CPAs or accountants, we form something called a proactive planning team. Okay. And so we become the local eyes and ears for the client. So the client comes to us, they have that proactive planning team. And anytime there's something that myself or the CPA can't do, we have access to the virtual family office. And in the virtual family office, there's 5 bubbles that we work with: risk mitigation, wealth management, legal services, business advisory, and tax planning. Because unfortunately, not all CPAs do tax planning. Some of them only work on compliance. They only work on the filing, right? You bring their tax returns to them every year and they file it. Well, sometimes planning is a little bit more sophisticated than making sure everything is keyed in the right slot on the 1040, right? You need to have somebody bringing in strategies like tax credits, leverage charitable deductions. Every single year, the government releases different tax credits and incentives. And so I heard Robert Kiyosaki say this: if you want to learn how to build wealth, just figure out what the government is asking you to do with your money. So, for example, we know business owners have the ability to pay less taxes than W-2 employees. This is why you hear people saying Warren Buffett pays less percentage points than the secretary. This is why you hear Amazon having $2 quadrillion, but they're paying zero taxes, because there's strategies out there to help the business owners reduce their taxes to the ridiculous, and sometimes they eliminate them completely. Okay. And so as an individual, if you start to model what wealthy people are doing, it's going to change your perspective. And so if the government says, hey, this year we're offering some advanced tax credits or some incentives in green technology, you might not be a green technology person, but maybe you need to be looking into it now. Oh, so you mean to tell me if I put $10,000 and buy some solar for my house, they're going to give me $50,000 worth of credits, is going to offset my taxes? Okay, great. You mean to tell me as a business owner, if I'm willing to put this 401k in place to make sure my employees are saving money, they're going to give me some incentives or some credits to do so? Sure. So this is how all of this stuff starts to work. And this is why it's good to have a team. And so what traditionally happens is CPAs will reach out to me and say, hey, listen, I got a client who just won a lawsuit, $5 million. I don't really know how to help them plan with all of the complexities, okay? Because most lawsuits are tax-free. So the CPA doesn't have to worry about any kind of taxation. But what is that client going to do with all of this money? Are they going to go buy some real estate? And now that real estate is going to produce passive residual income, now the CPA needs to understand, oh, okay, well, now they're going to be bringing in some additional income that I do need to worry about how to help them file and how to help them offset taxes. This is why the proactive planning team works. And so let's say in the grand scheme of this example, somebody needs to do some estate planning. They want to go ahead and put a trust in place. Okay, great. Then I bring the legal professionals to the table to walk them through how that works. What kind of trust do they need? Do they need a revocable? Or do they need both, a revocable, and they want to use an ILIT, an irrevocable life insurance trust, so you want to pass something outside the estate, it's always going to be protected. So it's really good when you start building wealth. It's really important that you also grow your team, right? Because you want a different set of eyes on your strategy. And so sometimes with other advisors, we're now in this TikTok generation where a lot of people are rushing to internet, rushing to TikTok because they learn the strategy like, oh, index universal life is the best thing since sliced bread. Put all your money over there. And they're talking about the features, the benefits. And again, there's a lot of great benefits to this, but that's not necessarily comprehensive or holistic using that one tool and focusing on that one tool. How does this tool, how does this club fit with the swing of your overall plans? And so other advisors, sometimes they don't know how to do advanced planning. They don't do fee-based planning, or they don't do financial planning. Well, I have people on my team that do that. So I sit at the seat of the advanced planning lead, but I bring in these other professionals that I work with to make sure we have multiple sets of eyes on people's plans, and it's going to be more tax efficient going forward. So that's kind of how I start to work with the dynamics of those two.
Cool, man. With the way everything is going in the world right now, what is your main method that you use to stay ahead of all the changing tax laws?
I am a student. I'm a forever student. So if you see behind my name, it says comma RICP. That designation stands for Retirement Income Certified Professional. That means I have taken a step further in specifically diving deep into how to structure retirement income plans and how to bring different efficiencies to the table. For example, you have people who go to school to become a doctor, right? But not all doctors are created equal. Some doctors say, "Hey, I got my MD, but now I want to specialize in pediatrics. I want to specialize in neurosurgery. I want to specialize in ABCD." And so now, if you have some heart issues, you don't go to a pediatrician, you don't go to a podiatrist, you go to a cardiologist, right? And so when you start thinking about retirement income, do you want to go to somebody who specializes in retirement income? Yay or nay? Great.
Right.
And so I'm always learning. So, for example, the current designation that I'm in right now is TPCP, Tax Planning Certified Professional. And I started this designation because it uniquely aligns with my vision for my business. I want to be able to work better with CPAs and accountants to help them offer proactive and holistic service to their clients. And so I wanted to go become a specialist in different means of taxation. When I finish that, there's another designation that I'll go into that's dealing more with high net worth and ultra high net worth people, because I'm getting to athletes and entertainers and things like that. And again, when you talk about how do you work with them, I want to go get a specialization in working with those people. And so one of my mentors taught me this: if you want to work with people who make, $100,000 a year, or if you want to earn $100,000 a year in this industry, go work with people who make $100,000 a year. If you want to earn $1 million, go work with people who make $1 million. And so when I look at, my personal goals and the kind of income that I want to make, I need to be aligning myself with that type of wealth, right? If you want to learn how to get into real estate to produce passive residual income, then what do? You go join a real estate investment organization with people who are doing just that. And now you're going to learn from them. And so I start to align myself with people who are always learning and start to learn what they learn, the pitfalls that some of their clients went, or how to evade this particular mistake. And so I'm always learning in this industry. And, biblically it says iron sharpens iron. So let me keep myself around people who are always sharpening themselves so I can stay sharp. But I also am not afraid to bring people to the table who are smarter than me. There's a phrase that says, if you're the smartest person in your group, you need to get a new group. And so I want to continue to surround myself with the thinking that outthinks me. And if I continue to do that, that means I'm always going to continue to elevate, because there's always something that I can learn. If I'm always the one teaching, that's not necessarily a good thing. And now I've limited your ability to only what I learn and what I'm willing to teach. No, I'm always putting myself in different groups. And I invest a lot of money every single year to continue to learn and grow and to strive to be the best version for myself. Because when I'm the best version of myself, I can show up for my clients and be the best version for them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, with all that being said, I can tell you put a lot of passion into this. Can you tell our viewers one powerful client story of risk mitigation?
Yeah, man. And so I'll tell you one that I'm working on right now. It's really fun. So a CPA referred a client to me. Okay. And this client is going to receive like $3 million this year in additional income than what they are not used to getting in the past. Okay. And so when you start thinking about tax planning, there's a ton of different strategies out there. And so I always say, if I had to choose a different career, like if I didn't do financial services, what would I be doing? And it might be something in engineering, because I like to take puzzle pieces of things and kind of put it together and figure out how to make it work. And that's what I love about financial services, is I don't have to follow the exact same model. I can be creative and inventive with different strategies based on what I know. And so this particular client, one of the things that we wanted to bring to the table was a leveraged charitable deduction strategy. And so since this is a government approved thing, the government is essentially incentivizing you to do a strategy like this by offering tax credits. And so it's a 5-to-1 leverage ratio. That means if I put $1 in, I'm getting the value of $5.
Right.
Okay, so let's think about that. And so if you inherited a $3 million tax bill on top of your regular income, let's say $3.75 million is what this family is going to be making. Well, the tax bill on that, assuming you just regular deductions and exemptions, was about $90,000. That's about a $1.2 million tax bill. Now, yes, you made a ton of income, but who wants to sign up and pay $1.2 million to the government?
Right.
Nobody, right? And so one of the things we did with this strategy is we took $500,000 of this strategy and put it into a leveraged charitable deduction. And so what that did, that wiped out all the taxes that this person would have had to pay. And so we took $500,000, put it into the strategy, and now the other $2.5 million of the $3 that he's going to inherit this year, tax-free. He can do whatever he wants to with it.
Wow.
Now, you might think, but yeah, he had to pay $500,000. This is where the fun happens. In this particular strategy, once he puts it in place, by year 3, there's going to be $500,000 or more in liquidity inside of this particular policy. And so when people ask me why I like life insurance, the government incentivizes using life insurance for this strategy. And so now he took money from one pocket and moved it to his next. So it's not like he lost $500,000. He just had to park it in a particular tool and wrap a strategy around it for it to make sense. So now a charity gets benefited from this strategy on the front end because the bank is loaning money and leveraging it. It's a leverage charitable deduction strategy. The bank is loaning money, multiplying it to give money to a charity. And on the back end, 50% of whatever he agreed to on the front end can go to the charity of his choice.
Okay.
But in the interim, as long as he keeps his money inside this account, it continues to grow. So there's way more liquidity. In this particular strategy, by year 10, it was over $1 million tax-free inside of this policy that the client can use. So remember, they did this and they wiped out all the taxes with $500,000 and created a charitable donation for a different charity and a charity they're choosing, plus $1 million over a 10-year period for themselves. And they could have used it whenever. They didn't have to wait 10 years. By year 5, there was over $500,000. So a strategy like that is cool. Now, we don't necessarily have to stop there. That's just one piece of it. And so now, what do we do with the other $2.5 million? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Client, well, what do you want your retirement to look like? Okay. And so now we can put this money in a certain tool that's going to guarantee a certain amount of income. So a question that I often ask my clients for when it comes to a retirement standpoint is how much of your retirement income do you want subject to stock market risk, business risk, and real estate risk? So for some people, they think real estate is the safest thing you can put your money into, right? And for the most part, yeah, it's pretty safe. But let's dial it back a few years. What happened during COVID? Literally, the government says, hey, you can't evict these people even if they don't pay their bill.
Right.
And so you had a lot of people essentially glorify squatting, and there was no income you could collect, and you couldn't kick that person out of your property. So how much money did you just lose during this, 2-3 year period or whatever that you were counting on to feed your own family? Now, we know businesses go through cycles. Mm-hmm. Economically, I was talking to a client this morning, and they're feeling the effects of tariffs because it's costing them more money to get equipment and subscription fees, and everything is increasing. And so, again, what do you do in a situation like this if COVID-19 happens and you got to shut your business down and you can't open your doors and you don't have a way to pivot and maybe do remote work? Or you go back to 2007 and 8, where it's either lose employees or cut benefits. Now, stock market also crashes as well. And so when you go back to the original question, how much of your retirement income do you want subject to stock market, business, and real estate risk? You might say half. Okay, great. So I know 50% of that you want to go manage and do elsewhere with. But this other 50%, if you needed $10,000 a month, what can I be doing with this extra $5,000 that I need to try to help you build? It's going to be guaranteed. Okay. And so now to kind of give you perspective, there are 3 basic types of pension plans. You have a public pension plan, which is basically Social Security. Everybody has access to it. As long as you work and you put your 40 quarters in, you can get access to Social Security. Now, depending on how much you work and how much you make, depends on how large that check is. Then you have something called a private pension plan. This is if you work for a company that offers you a pension plan. Now, less and less companies actually offer that because it costs a lot of money for a company to offer a pension plan, because whether the company has a good or bad year, they have to set aside a certain amount of money for you. Then you have something called asset-backed pension plans. I have a lump sum amount of money and I want to create a guaranteed income. I want to create a guaranteed paycheck. So let me take a piece of this money and let me create a guaranteed paycheck that I cannot outlive. I don't care how long you live, it's going to be coming in. And so now all of a sudden, when you look at this approach, I got maybe Social Security, and let's say you don't have a company that offers you a pension plan, but you got a 401k. When you're ready to retire, I can take a lump sum of this 401k and put it into a asset-backed pension plan and create a guaranteed source of income. And so now I take another portion of that 401k and let's set it up for the future to give you a raise in retirement. And so when I'm planning for retirement, for example, I like to do something called a floor approach, and then I like to do a bucket approach. The floor approach is I want to have enough guaranteed income coming in to cover my basic expenses, maybe plus a little bit. So I want to create a paycheck, and maybe I want to have enough to have a playcheck so I can have a little fun. Then I want to create at least 3 time buckets of money. 1 to 5 years, I need a bucket of money that can handle any kind of nuances that might happen, and I can pull from. Then 5 to 10 years, I want to have another segment of money that's growing that can give me some decent returns, but I don't plan on touching that from year 5 until year 5 to 10. Then years 10 and beyond, I want to have another bucket of money that can help keep up with inflation, and I want it to grow a little bit. So in 10 years or longer, I have access to that money. And so now I got protection and guarantees, plus I have some time segment of money that I can pull from. And so with a client, if we got $2.5 million left over, that's what I'm going to be looking at. How much guaranteed income are we going to have that we know we need, that we can bank on? Now also, how can I set up some?
Okay. Now, I hear you talking about a lump sum of money. Now, what are some of the ways that you protect your clients' data and ensure their cybersecurity?
Some connections. Okay, there we go. We're back.
All right. You heard the question? Are you even to repeat?
Yeah, no. Repeat the question, please.
All right. What steps do you take to protect your clients' data and ensure their cyber security?
Man, so the platforms that I use have bank level encryption. Okay, so 256 encrypted bit, right? So when you look at that, there's a lot of security uncertainty that you're gonna have. I have passwords and big lock and stuff like that on my phone. I have traces on my devices, so if anybody ever takes them, I can literally wipe them clean with all client data. But I can also find the device if it's ever taken, because there's different levels of tracking that I do inside of my devices. So that's one of the ways. And then nowadays, man, you got to even be more careful, because AI is getting faster and more creative. So you got to be really vigilant around how you protect and how you secure clients' data, for sure. And so that's one of those things that I always tell people, like, our goal is to make sure we keep your private life private as much as possible. Are we immune to some Y2K or something that we don't know about yet? You can only see what you can see, but we try to take every measure we possibly can to protect our clients' sensitive information.
Gotcha. Well, can you walk us through your MAP process during client onboarding?
Onboarding? Absolutely. So when I look at MAP, the first thing we want to do, and how I tell my clients to look at what I do, is kind of like, think about me as your PCP, your primary care physician, right? Mm-hmm. When you go to a new doctor, what happens? They have an onboard. I don't care if you just met with a doctor last week. You're going to sit down and they're going to go ahead and look at your full profile. They want to do blood work. They want to do urinalysis. They want to do weight hydration. They want to look at everything so they can know, hey, what's going on with your body? Because everybody has certain baselines and certain metrics that you should be within to be considered normally healthy, right? And so the exact same thing. The first thing we want to do is the client diagnostic. And so let's go through what's called a client information questionnaire, and let's diagnose your current situation. Let's figure out what's going on. And so once we have that diagnosis piece done, then we want to prioritize our findings. And so it's not necessarily me prioritizing, that's me asking you, based on these different things that we found, what's going to be your priorities? Where do we need to start working with your plans? Okay. And so once we have that, then we want to go do the kind of research phase. Okay, are there different strategies or different professionals that we need to bring to the table to get a second set of eyes on, or to talk about a particular concept? Okay.
Before we go, can you please tell our viewers what major role does social media play for you in attracting new clients? Do you like promote yourself through social media or anything?
had a large block of life insurance, okay? And all of a sudden, we do some underwriting, or you say, hey, man, I got this condition and I'm uninsurable. Okay, well, this entire strategy was hinging around you being able to utilize life insurance, and we can't use it. So now what do we need to pivot to? And so we might need another educational piece on that. And so in step 4, it's about educating you, help you understand how this strategy works. Step number 5 is, are you going to implement this stuff or not? Because sometimes people know they need to do. I mean, when you think about it, we are our own worst enemy sometimes. Like, how many of us can say we know we need to go out there and eat a little bit better?
Right.
You know, maybe don't get that second helping of the pasta or whatever. Or maybe we need to work on getting 10,000 steps in a day or drinking more water, but we don't do that, right? It happens. And so you're always going to be in control of what you want to do or not do. And so that step 5 is implementing the solution that we find. If we don't implement the stuff, it doesn't mean the problem goes away. That just means we chose not to do it. And so sometimes when you think about it, putting money into a 401k or a traditional IRA is deferring the taxes, right? But all we're essentially doing is postponing them because you have to pay them at some point.
Right.
And so deferring the taxes postpones the taxes, but it also postpones the tax calculation. You haven't done anything. You haven't really done any planning. You're just saying, hey, I'll worry about that in the future. Well, sometimes my question is, do you think taxes are going to be higher in the future? Just yes or no? Most people are, well, yeah, I think they will be higher. But do you think they can be a lot higher? Yes, I do. Well, do you want to pay them?
No.
Well, no. Okay, so what's the strategy to make sure you're not going to get harmed by taxes in retirement? So I can ask that question to any and everybody, and they say, well, I don't want to have to worry about paying taxes. Okay, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do about it? So in this process, it doesn't matter how good the strategies and the concepts and what we put together. If you don't implement any of them, then nothing really changes in your financial picture. And so that's the 5-step map process. And again, we want to brush it off every single year. We want to sit down and go through this initial meeting again and say, okay, great. Here's what we've done in the past. Let's look at where we are today. What has changed? You know, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act might sunset at the end of this year. So that means a lot of deductions and credits could potentially go away. Are you prepared for that? If not, are you prepared to pay this potential increase in taxes? And now, is that mean that's less money you can save because you have more taxes to pay? Or do we need to be proactive and say, hey, if this does happen, here's what I need to pivot to. And if it doesn't happen, everything just kind of stays the same. It's all about having a plan and a strategy.
Well, Mr. Jeffrey, I really enjoyed this presentation today, man. You answered a whole bunch of questions and you cleared up a lot of things for our viewers, but unfortunately, our time is up, man. And I would like to thank you for coming on the show today.
Oh, absolutely, man. Anytime, I appreciate it. And again, I enjoy it, and I always like to kind of give back whenever I can, because I don't want people to say, oh, man, you always charge for advice. No, this is free. Get the free advice. You know, follow me on social media. Get the free stuff that I put out there. And when you're ready to actually change, then, you know, that's when we'll go down that path of what change looks like going forward.
Your contact info? Mr. Jeffrey?
I don't know if you caught all that.
No, I didn't hear none of it, man.
I can hear you now.
I can hear none of it.
No worries. No worries. No worries. The biggest thing is reaching out when you have questions or concerns or need an analysis done, and we'll be happy to help you. My company is built for times like this.
Your contact info one more time.
You said give my info one more time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, perfect. So my website is The Hill Financial Group. So there's THE, my last name, HILL financialgroup.com. You can follow me on social media. On Instagram is HFGINC, which is Hill Financial Group Inc. If you just type in Google Hill Financial Group, you'll find me in there. And if anybody wants to send me a message via text or call, 501-291-0708. That is 501-291-0708. And lastly, the email address is jeff@thehillfinancialgroup.com.
Once again, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Jeffrey.
Thank you, sir. Salute to you.
Yes, sir.
You guys have a great rest of the day.
You do the same.
Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual Teak, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker is Taria Hodge. Taria Hodge is the owner of Mayaba Consulting Services, and founder of Social Media Saturdays and Serve, Share and Shine, online platform committed to helping others, coaching, consultants, and thought leaders share their authentic message in the marketplace. Our commitment is to help you discover the brand story that reveals the lesson learned at times in your life where you found the courage to show up and shine. I present to you Taria Hodge.
All right. Good afternoon, Spiritual Teak. How are you?
Good afternoon, gorgeous soul. I am doing well. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you struggling to grow your social media following despite your consistent effort? If that's you, I want to let you know I totally understand because I've been there before. Or perhaps maybe you lack proven strategies to help you attract your ideal audience and increase your engagements. Now, I know that this is one of the issues that's faced by many entrepreneurs. So, if you can identify with any of those two questions and you answered yes, then this conversation is for you. Today, we're going to sit back and we're going to talk about 3 proven strategies to amplify your influence on social media. Now, how many of you feel frustrated with social media times? And it's okay. And if you feel frustrated, just go ahead, utilize the comments. I always like to know who's out there with me. Utilize the comments and let me know if social media has been an area of frustration for you. And like I said before, I totally get it. It's so easy for frustration to creep in and set in when you feel like your social media presence is stagnant or you are not getting the results that you desire. So whether this is on your business pages, no matter the platform that you're on, or perhaps even if you're in your community and you're running online communities, the lack of visibility and direction can take a toll on your confidence and your morale, leaving you to question your efforts and the way that you are doing things on social media. So this conversation is for you today if you are absolutely ready to shift gears and level up your presence online. This is for you whether you are a seasoned coach or consultant, or you even consider yourself a content creator, or you are just starting out on your journey. What I'm going to share with you today will help you take your online presence to the next level. But before we jump into it, I want to just go ahead and share a little bit of my backstory. So social media isn't something that's new to me. I've been in the social media space now for probably over 10 years. And I remember when I first started to take a look at social media, it was one of those things that a lot of people shied away from. And the reason why they shied away from it is because they thought social media was going to be a fad. It was going to be one of those things that popped up into the marketplace. And as soon as it popped up, it was going to disappear and fade away. And to a lot of people's surprise, social media is here to stay. And one of the things that I say all the time, and I encourage each and every single entrepreneur and business owner, if you have a business, then your business should have a social media component to it. It should have a social component to your business. So when I started to take a look at social media, I absolutely fell in love with the space. Number one, because it gave me the opportunity as a new entrepreneur, a small business owner, to take advantage of the opportunities that a lot of larger businesses had. You see, to me, social media became the level playing field. I had the opportunity to show up and what I call shine, just like other established businesses had the opportunity to do it. And I absolutely love this because as a new entrepreneur, I didn't have tens of thousands of dollars to invest in my marketing. So social media allowed me to market my business, get my products and service out into the marketplace, and do that on a relatively small budget. So I would say when I started out, the social media game was very easy, and I likened it to the numbers game. So how many of you have ever heard that, like you've likened social media to being the numbers game? And if not, this is what I'll share with you. You see, back in the day, 10 years ago, when I started out with social media, it was very easy for a business owner or entrepreneur, whether you're a coach or a consultant, to show up on social media and offer your products and services, whether you had an ebook. How many of you remember the days of the ebook? Maybe you've had a training or it was an online program that you were offering, and you could position your products and services online. And because of the sheer numbers of people who were on social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, just to name a few, you were guaranteed to have some success. And I'm going to tell you, I rode that wave and I enjoyed that wave. But I'm going to fast forward to probably about 7 years ago when things started to shift for me. And when I say things started to shift, I started to notice things like my engagement were going down on social media. The ease of which I could generate revenue on social media started to change. And I had to sit back and ask myself the pertinent question is, what happened? What changed on social media? And the biggest thing that I noticed is that there were more players in the game. There were more players on the field. So as social media became this thing where a lot more entrepreneurs, business owners realized that it's not going away and it's here to stay, more people started to enter into the social media realm and position their products, their services, in the online space. And so what that said to me is that I had to learn to do things differently. And as I started to unpack this in my business, what I realized is that I was actually starting at the very end of a process. So how many of you know that there's actually a process, to social media and a process to what I call social selling? And so no wonder my efforts weren't yielding the results, or they have stopped yielding the results that I desired, because you see, at the time I was just riding the wave of success, but not really paying attention that there's an actual process that would allow success to continue. So that's what we're going to spend some time talking a little bit about today. And so I'm going to go back to the beginning, or share with you my journey back to the beginning. And so one of the things that I've learned, like I said, there is a process. I was actually starting at the very end of the process, which is social selling. And so once again, we take a look at social media platforms, whether you are on Facebook, you're on LinkedIn, you're on TikTok. As business owners, one of the questions we always want to ask ourselves as we partake in these platforms, what's the revenue? What's the return on investment that we're going to get? And so a lot of times we look at the return on investment as money, but also your return on investment can be time as well. So the time, the energy, the money, the other resources that we're putting into social media platforms, are they allowing us to yield the desired results? And so as I started to look at this, one of the things that I've learned is that there are actually 5 stages that an entrepreneur, business owner need to go through that would allow them to have effective social media marketing. Okay. And so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give a brief overview, of the 5 stages, but there's one particular stage that I want to pay attention on today. And so if you've never heard this, there's actually some things before you get to the social selling part on social media online. You actually need to implement active social listening. And social listening is one of the things, like, I liken to putting your ear on the ground on these social media streets and gathering intel on your audience. Next, we have social influence. And social influence is all about how you show up as a resource in the marketplace and inspire your audience to action. And then social networking is all about how do you network and you collaborate with others to increase your footprint on social media or increase your online presence. And then once those 3 things happen, you have a very fertile environment for social selling to occur. But now it doesn't stop there. There's the 5th step, and the 5th step is social follow-up. And so a lot of times what I find people do is that they do a wonderful job in making online connections, but they fail to take their connections offline. But we're not going to dive too deep today into each of those 5 steps. There's one particular step today that I want to focus on because I think it's so important for us as the business owners to really understand that, or understand this step. And this step that we're talking about today is social influence. So before we jump into the things that I'm going to share with you today, let's take a minute to define social influence. So social influence is all about establishing your authority on social media through the distribution and the sharing of valuable content. In other words, simply put, it's all about how you show up in the marketplace as the expert. So, as we take a look at social influence gives us the opportunity to do three specific things. And the first thing it allows you to do is be able to establish your authority in your niche. Because once again, we all want to be known for something. We want to be known for what we do in the marketplace and what we do in our business. And then also the second thing social influence will give you the opportunity to do is to be able to share valuable content to educate and engage your audience. And then lastly, social influence gives you the opportunity to influence decision making through how you show up, influence decision making through your influence. Okay. And so we're going to specifically cover three things in our conversation today. So the first thing that I'm going to cover is the three things, as a coach or a consultant that you should be honing in on while you're on social media. And then secondly, I'm going to cover what you need to consider before you share content online. And then lastly, I'm going to share with you the secret to having more visibility online. So let's go ahead and jump right in. So the first thing that I want to really sit and have a great discussion around is the three things as a coach or a consultant that you should be honing in on when you are on social media. And I know for some of you, these things will just be a refresher. So meaning they're things that might not be new to you in hearing them, but the question always becomes, how well are we doing these things in our business? So the first thing that you should be considering or honing in on is your audience. And so a lot of times I see people kind of jumping over the importance of identifying who their people are on social media, or who are you speaking directly to on social media. So have you sat down and taken the time to understand and know exactly who your target audience is on social media? How do you hone in on your people? Now, I know this is one of the things, if you've ever taken a marketing class, Marketing 101, one of the things they encourage us to do is to take a look at who our ideal clients are. Okay. And a lot of times when we talk about our ideal client, we tend to stay in the range of the demographics. So are they male? Are they female? What is the age demographic? Are they 25 to 35, 35 to 45, 45 to 55? You get the picture. Where do they live? Is that if that's something important for you to know? Do they live in the suburbs? Are they urban cities? How many kids? What does the family structure look like? And I always joke all the time, because one of the things that I hear is the 2.5 kids. Now, I don't know about anyone out there. I have 3 whole kids, so I don't even know what a 0.5 of a kid is, okay? But these are the things that we are taught to look at when it comes to identifying our people. Now, one of the things that I'm going to encourage everyone to do is to go a little bit deeper. Instead of just taking a look at the demographics, also take a look at the psychographics of your audience. Who are your people? And so when we talk about the psychographics, do you know how your people show up? Outside of their pain point, because that's one of the things that people always tell us in business. We are in the profession of solving problems. All right. So if you're a business owner, you know that that's what you do. You have a business when you solve problems. And so a lot of times we kind of key in to solely just the pain point, the things that people are struggling with. But can you take it a step further and go outside of the pain point and really understand, like, what is their desires? What are the transformation that they want to have happen, not only in their business, but also in their lives? Like, if you fix the one problem that your business solves for them, what's the effect that it has on other areas of their life and their business? Do you know what that is for them? Do you also know and understand how they communicate the problem? And so I had a very interesting conversation with another colleague of mine. And one of the things I celebrated her for is that she did an excellent job of doing some social listening, gathering intel. And so one of the questions she asked me pertaining to her business is, how does someone express their pain point? And she is a fear coach. So she helps other entrepreneurs get past fear and allow them to show up in their brilliance in their business and also in their lives. How cool is that, right? And one of the things that I said to her is, really stop and think about it. A lot of times, we think to ask the pain question or look at the pain points as, what would someone say? But be honest. Do we all walk around talking about we're in fear? No, nobody talks that way. And so I challenged her to go a little bit deeper. Look at the psychographics. As a result of fear, how does this person show up in the world? Can you go a little bit deeper and look at the behavioral patterns? Now, people will tell you, and you will be able to see and gather all of this intel on social media. So if you are in communities, you're active on social media, you not only have the opportunity to hear conversations, but you pay attention to behavioral patterns of your audience as well. And so it is our job to really hold in on who we are called to serve and understand things, not just the pain points or not just the demographics, but what are their behavioral patterns? What are their social patterns? What all intel can we gather, from this person? And so that's the first thing that you want to hone in on. You want to be very, very clear on who you are talking to on social media, because this helps you show up in a certain way or in a different light on social media. And so we're going to get to that in a little bit. The second thing that I'm going to share with you that coaches and entrepreneurs need to pay attention to is platform. Okay. And now, why am I saying this? Pay attention to your platform and hone in on your platform. Is it just me? Or does anyone else out there feel like there are new social media sites that are popping up like every Monday morning? I know for one, I have a tendency to kind of get overwhelmed with everything that's going on in the social media world. And so one of the things that I usually share is that, pick one or two platforms, okay? And the way how you pick the platform that you're going to hang your hat on is not by choosing the platform that you like or the one that you are most comfortable with. It's by choosing that platform where your people are on. So do you know where your people are hanging out? Are they hanging out on LinkedIn? Are they on YouTube? Are they on Instagram? Are they on Facebook? Are they on TikTok? Okay. Once you know and have identified where your people are hanging out, that's where I encourage you to go ahead and establish your presence and build a strong strategy around that platform. Okay. And then the third thing, when it comes to honing in, I want you to stop it for a second and take a look at your message, your communication. And like I said, you're connecting conversations that you're having online. And so I no longer say content anymore. I liken them to connecting conversation. So are you clear in your messaging? Are you clear as to what it is you do in your business? Or like how I like to say, are you clear in how you serve in your business? Okay. So when people encounter you online, online, do they know this is how you can help them in their business? So those are the three things. If you, like I said, I know you've probably heard these things before, but it's all about how well are we doing these things, or how can we get better to do those things. Okay. And so the next thing that I want to talk about is one of the first things you should consider before you share your content online. Okay. So the first thing when you are about to share any type of content online, before you start typing, before you hit the send button, ask yourself the question, what is the purpose of your content? And so what do I mean by this? Now, I know there's a lot of pressure when you are managing your social media platforms. And one of the things we all come to understand is that social media likes content. Social media is fueled by content. And so with that, there's pressure, and the pressure comes on showing up consistently on social media. And so a lot of times in our haste to have a consistent presence on social media, what we have a tendency to do sometimes is just put content out there and not really understanding or knowing the purpose behind our content. And this is where your planning comes in. And so this is one of the things that I encourage all of my clients, colleagues, to do, is to know the purpose of your content. Do you know what cycle you are in your business? And so are you in the awareness cycle where you are creating brand awareness and you are creating connections in your business? Are you going into a nurture cycle? Are you in a promotional cycle? What cycle are you in? And then as you know what cycle you're in your business, based on the goals that you are achieving in your business or you want to achieve in your business, then you have the opportunity to sit and better plan your content. And so as you write your content calendar, maybe you're creating your calendar for the month, take a look and ask yourself the question, what is the purpose? What is it that I want to achieve on this month on social media? What's the return on investment am I looking for? And so is it that I am increasing awareness for my brand? Is it that I'm looking to increase engagement? Or am I actually in a promotional cycle where I have a product or a service that I'm offering and I can measure that based on the results of the sales that I get? So knowing the purpose of the content, number one, is the first thing. And then once you understand and know the purpose of your content, then it allows you to create with intention. And so that's one of the things that I want everyone to walk away with and get today. As you sit down and you take a look at your social media, your content, your connecting conversations that you're having out there in the marketplace, how can we get better, or how can you get better at creating with intention? And the third thing that I am going to share with you today is the number one thing that most entrepreneurs, most consultants, have, on their mind. And it's all about, how do I increase my visibility? And I have to say this is why platforms like the Black Business Olympics exist, because I'm going to hang my hat and say that each and every single one of us who are participating in this platform, that's the one thing that we all want to do. We all want to have the ability to go ahead and increase our visibility, increase our footprint along our social media or our online presence. And so when it comes to increasing your visibility, one of the biggest things that you could start to take a look at is, how well are you collaborating with others? And I have to say, this is one of the biggest strategies that you can look at in your business as far as amplifying your influence. Okay. So when it comes to collaboration, I'm going to spend some time to break this down for you for just a second. And so I'm going to ask the question, how many of you know who your top 5 influencers are? And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to back it up for a second. And I'm going to ask, because I didn't ask it before, it's like, how do you define influence? I know I gave my definition of influence, but how do you define influence? And do you actually see yourself as a person of influence? Okay. And so as we take a look at this, who are your top 5 influencers? And I know, I'll share another quick story. I've had the opportunity to speak to a client, and it was a breakthrough moment for her. You see, for her, in her mind, she thought influencers were only the people that show up, on social media with the perfect curated profiles. They have billions of followers and everything looks perfect in their world. And I kind of had to shift her for a moment and share with her, you too, my dear, are an influencer, meaning you have the ability to inspire action from people. You have the ability to show up in such a way that would allow others to take the desired actions that you would like them to take. Okay. And so when I ask the question, who are your top 5 influencers? I'm not talking just about the big influencers. I'm talking about the people that we know and we have in our space, the people who serve the people that we also serve. And when I say the people that serve the people that we also serve, I'm not talking about the people that do the same things that you do. If you're a financial advisor, who's the next financial advisor? No, I'm talking about who are the people that as a financial advisor also serve your people in different facets. And then once you have identified who those people are, how well are you creating opportunities to, number one, network, and then also build relationships with those people that they would allow you to increase your footprint on social media. Okay. So if you have not thought about that question before in identifying your top 5 influencers, people who have your audience of people, that's one of the things that I'm going to encourage you to do today. Start to identify a list of people who serve the people that you desire to serve in the marketplace. Okay. And then under increasing more visibility, one of the things that you always want to keep in mind is to show up as a resource. And so I say this all the time. Things have shifted on social media. So social media is no longer the place where we show up to hawk our wares, as I call it, meaning that when we have a product or service to offer, we show up on social media solely just to promote. And then when our promotional season or promotional cycle is done, people don't hear from us, and then we just kind of go dark until the next thing that we have to promote. And so I'm going to say it's all about showing up as a resource. So one of the things that I always say, and then I'm not saying that social media is not the place for you to position your products and services. So I just want to go ahead and get that straight. It is a perfect place for you to do that, but it's how you do it. So one of the shifts that I encourage everyone to do is take a look at social media, not as a selling tool, but look at social media as a serving tool. And how can you use social media to show up as a resource? Okay. And when I say show up as a resource, are you the household name in your particular field? Are you the household name for your audience? Whatever it is that you solve in your business, when people have that problem, does your name automatically pop up? And that's the thing that you want to go for. You want to be able to show up as a resource. And how do you show up as a resource online? Is by serving. And you serve through your content. And how do you serve through your content? You absolutely give value. So as you share, as you show up, every piece of content that you share should have value attached to it. And it goes back to what I said before. So as you sit down and you plan your content, are you being intentional with your content? Can you show up as a resource? Are you showing up and adding value every time someone comes across a post or a video that you do on social media? And then the third thing under increasing your visibility is collaboration. And when we actively collaborate with others, this gives us the opportunity to have our value add dispersed amongst more people. And so what does this look like? This can look like you being a guest on platforms like the Black Business Olympics. It could be you appearing or hosting your own events, whether it's, you know, a webinar that you're doing, whether it's a Facebook Live or some type of live stream that you're doing. How well are you seeking opportunities to be a guest on someone's platform? And then also, how well are you opening up your platform to allow others to come in? Okay. And like I said, it's done through podcasts. How well are you seeking out podcasting opportunities? How well are you seeking out opportunities to do webinars, and not just host your webinars, but be a guest on other people's webinars, or giving opportunities for others to come in on your webinars as well? Because once again, it is not just about us. Okay. And we sometimes get locked in to the mode of thinking about all the things that we want to achieve in our business, because of course we have our goals. But stop and pause for a moment and think about your audience. And your audience should always be top of mind. And the question should always be, how can I serve my audience today? And so as we take a look at, you know, those three specific areas, those are the key strategies that you can use to help you amplify your influence in the marketplace. And so as we get ready to wrap it up, one of the things that I'm going to leave you with is your journey to social media success begins with a single step, but the path is illuminated by clarity. So remember, before you can shine on social media, you must first align your strategies with intention. So start with clarity, offer value, and embrace collaboration. Amplify your influence and attract your divine clients. And so with that being said, I am going to open it up for any questions. Okay.
Hi, Sharia. How are you?
Hi, Teek. How are you?
Oh my goodness, you just filled me with so much joy. Listening to your presentation, I was like, yes, yes, yes. You know, when you put something out in the world, and I thought, oh, I really need to sit down with someone that has a lot more insight into this whole topic. And then here you come talking about social media strategy and giving the tips and tools that will help someone excel to where they want to be. So I have a couple questions, if you don't mind, if I let you go. So in terms of individuals who you're working with, I mean, are you open to work with whether people at the beginning stages of their journey, or, you know, have a huge following, or I think I heard someone say the other day, a micro influencer, and I was going, oh, okay. Talk a little bit more about how you will support people at different stages of their journey.
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and thank you for that. And so, you know, I have a love for the people who are just trying to get it right. So whether you are out there, like I said, and you're just starting your business and you're taking a look at social media and you are asking the questions, what do I do on here? Because I feel a lot of people get stuck right there. Like, what do I do, on here to really make it work? How can I not make that misstep? I'm new in business. I have no clue what to do on here. And so, yes, I do work with those individuals that say, I'm starting my business or I've been on a journey for a little while. Now I'm in the beginning stages of establishing my social media presence. How do you do that? And then you have others who have been on social media for quite some time and, experienced the same, issue I had. Like I said, I started off back in the beginning where, things were easy. You had a $10, ebook and you were in the money back then, and things have shifted. And so people also come to me for a revamping of the strategies. Okay. So maybe they're looking to grow their business in another way. They're looking at different things that they do. So what are the strategies that you can put in place that would always align with your business goals? Okay. So whether you are, like I said before at the top, whether you are a new person, in business, or you're seasoned, it's all about looking at what does that social component for your business look like, and then what are the strategies that you can implement that would allow you to hit your goals. So great question.
No, that is absolutely beautiful because, I connect with beautiful souls all the time, and I have my platforms as well. And so this is why this was very fruitful for me too, listening to it. And it's good to know that you're supporting people in the beginning where it might feel like a little bit more, anxiety, because it can be overwhelming, all these different platforms. I think I get lost in all the different platforms myself. But equally, I love that how you are able to support people to scale, or do that facelift, revamp from where they are, but still keeping that authentic message. And I think that's the key anyway, because I think I loved your question when you said, well, what is your purpose for whatever you're about to put out? What is your purpose for putting it out? And that is so key. That is so key. So before I let you go, please dive into, I've already taken your details. So but please how everyone that's watching can find you, the best way you will want them to connect with you. Let us know your perfect channel.
Yeah. So one of the best ways you could connect with me, I could be found on also, well, I shouldn't say all social media platforms because definitely not all, but Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, I am Turia Hodge. And so if you just search my name, you will find me. The place that I enjoy hanging my hat is on Facebook. That's where my community is. And the name of the community is called Storytelling for Super Achievers. And I would like to offer the audience today a gift. And so one of the things that I have the opportunity to do in the vein of collaboration, I have the opportunity to collaborate with Suzanne Hart, and she is speaking and storytelling from a mindset perspective, right? And it's one of the things that I found paired so well with social media because it's all about how do we show up online, how do we show up as influencers and attract those people. So I no longer tell people it's about finding your clients, because I think we've all heard that, right? But it's about for us how we show up in such a way that we attract our people, our divine people to us. And so I would love to invite the listeners of the Black Business Olympics to join us on our Unleash the Power of Your Story Masterclass. And so I will drop the link in the chat, and that's utpmasterclass.com. I have to remember it for a second. So it's UTP for Unleash the Power Masterclass.com. And that's happening on May the 17th, and it's May the 16th, and it's a free masterclass. So I'll put the link on there.
That is amazing, Taria. It's been a pleasure having you here on the Black Business Network, and I'm sure we'll be collaborating and speaking soon. Have a beautiful, blessed day.
All right.
Jesus is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for for high school seniors going to college or kindergarten through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo was a fundraiser for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's somewhere on the screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, the NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLCC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Oregon's it's a beautiful state, and we've talked before this. And I came from California originally, so it's golden hills compared to lush green forest. So it's a beautiful state. It's very beautiful. Understand how to take your what you know in the real world as a human and what you know about your business. And you need to marry that with the algorithm. You need to combine human with machine learning. I was always attracted to the psychology, behind digital marketing and why do people do the things they do. But then it's quantifiable, right? So then you can attach revenue to it, right? And it's if I can understand and get to the mind of different segmentations, then I can start to show them things that will get them to buy the product that I'm trying to show. And to me, that's just fascinating. That is amazing that you can do that.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Artistry is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual Teak, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Audrey. Dr. Stephanie Audrey is the founder and CEO of Zenoverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its Meta Spa hotels strategically located across the Caribbean, United Kingdom, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica and the UK, and African markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space and offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, tonics, supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey codified her wellness delivery model as WAS, Wellness as a Service Solution. Zenoverse Wellness Group is a timely concept that was initially conceived when Audrey was just 14 years young. She imagined a wellness center later while working in the hospitality industry for the Claremont Resort Hotel. She was on the marketing team, and when they rebranded the property after investing over $1 million to launch what was then a new concept, spas at hotels. I present to you Dr. Stephanie Audrey.
Hi, greetings.
Hi, greetings, beautiful soul. I'm so excited that I get to interview you in this fireside chat. How are you?
I'm wonderful. And how are you today?
I'm very, very good. Well, it's my evening, so I'm over here in London.
Okay, well, fantastic. Even better.
Absolutely. So is it okay if I address you as Dr. Stephanie Audrey? Is that all right?
yeah. Dr. Steph for short. We can go with that. That's fine.
Okay, cool beans. Thank you so much, Dr. Steph. Well, it's loads of questions that I have for you, and I get super excited because I have a deep understanding of wellness, and I'm just excited to see what you've been doing all over the world. And so for the people that's watching right now and the people that will catch it in a replay, can you first just tell us a bit more about what is Zenverse Wellness Group and what was the vision behind it?
Absolutely. So Zeniverse was our decision to both make sure that we were meta ready, ready to exist both in the physical and the digital world. So creating an organization that would not only be timely in its physical presence, but be able to translate that into virtual spaces and how we show up in all of those particular environments. So thinking forward always. But when I looked at the idea of wellness, what I realized is I was really first introduced to this idea of wellness at 9. It was my mother who made this big declaration. We had just bought our home, and she decided that now that she was responsible for cooking, she was going to teach me how to cook differently than she experienced. And so she set a clear intention that she did not want me to have any lifestyle chronic illnesses. So she bought 2 books. My school was having a elementary book sale, and she bought a book called Back to Eden, and she bought a soul food cookbook. But that's really where, for me, the idea began.
I love that. Intention is everything. You're speaking my language. Definitely. So right back from when you were young, having that instilled inside of you has been sort of the foundation to this. So that inspiration then led you to get to Medi Spa Hotels, TM, and expand your wellness across multiple countries. Can you tell us a bit more about that global expansion?
Absolutely. So it began, I knew I wanted to be an international business tycoon. Again, around 9, 10, I used to play business as an only child. So you know how you can be a little bit needing to occupy your time. And so at that time, my business consisted of, my dolls were my customers. I knew Tinky by touch before I knew what that meant. I had every form that I could find from my mom, from her Mary Kay business to real estate forms. And on one particular Saturday, we were out shopping, and I realized that my business needed credit cards. So it was my determination. I'd taken a credit card application, and so I was now going to make credit cards for my business. And I took these index cards, covered them with her photo album refills, pinpricked every letter and number so that I could, because I'm aging myself now. In those days, you could get an imprint, and that's how you completed a credit card transaction. So right when I perfected my credit cards, my mother comes in the room with that high pitched, "What are you doing?" And so, when you question, think fast, right? Because the answer is going to determine what happens next. So I paused for a second and I looked at my mom and I said, "Mommy, I know who I'm going to be." And so she kind of let out a nervous laugh, and she looks at me and she's like, "Who?" I said, "I'm going to be an international business tycoon." So she just kind of released it. And then she said, "Tell me more." And I think that was the most brilliant thing, because believe it or not, I actually had a vision. I said, "Mommy, I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. Everybody's paying attention. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is out the back window. Like, I could see it. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit. Like, I could see all of those details."
Wow.
And didn't think about it again until I was being interviewed for a television show at 20, right when I was sort of contemplating the next levels of my company. And at that point, I had already started an international version of my company. I hadn't expanded yet, but I was on my way to my first level of expansions, which first allowed me to have 5 market locations. And then later, I did a JV where I ended up with 8 market locations. And so I've sort of been building over the course of my career to be ready to go international. But, it's been like this vision. And that's why I tell people it's so important to recognize the vision and to create it in colors for yourself. And
Absolutely.
So I became a vision boards and, journaling, making my plans. But that's really where the seed was planted.
Oh my goodness. Dr. Steph, I think my cheeks are we just got started. And I'm like, the smile is so big. I think you're tapping into my inner child. I'm like, yes. I'm telling myself, oh my God, but this is good. This is very, very good because it's so inspirational to hear you talk about how that seed was in that vision for, being a young child. But what I really love was that connection between you and mom and how she paused and said, tell me more. And then she poured into you. And then that just blossomed, it seemed, into, I'm going to say that was the beginning or the foundation. And then it's blossomed to where you are today. And that gets me to the question of, Zeniverse, the wellness group, like, how would you say it differentiates itself from other wellness group organizations around the market or just around the world? How would you say it's different?
So now wellness has become a big thing. Expected to reach just under $700 billion in the next couple of years globally. I originally started looking at wellness resorts in Europe because what I realized about a decade plus ago when I wanted to do a deeper dive was that there were plenty of wellness resorts and treatment protocols that existed. But what I noticed is it wasn't really an Americanized kind of thing. Definitely wealthy or culturally focused schools tended to lean in to those types of places more so. So really the journey kind of happened with a pivot. I started off in advertising and marketing communications where I had an opportunity to advise Fortune 500s. After my experience with Claremont Resort, I ended up being an advisor to Hyatt, Park, Oakland, and some of these other hospitality brands and assets, as well as a young entrepreneur, I was asked to give a keynote address, I remember, for the National Conference of Black Mayors. And again, I couldn't have been more than 22 at the time. And so after that, each of the mayors invited me to their various cities to give them advice on economic development opportunities. And so again, from a strategic point, I could see opportunities. We would talk about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial opportunities. We were doing incubators and accelerators again, before that became a thing again. But it was at that time that I noticed is every time I gave a recommendation, somehow or another, the real estate developers would come in and make money. And I couldn't figure out how they got paid, but they were making money. I'm like, that was my idea. My idea. How are they making money? So really what happened was sort of a good thing and a bad thing, in that the bad thing was suddenly I lost my mom after my 30th birthday. She took a nap. She was only 48 at the time and died from a brain aneurysm. That was my, heartbreak, devastation. I say I hit the wall. I hit that fork in the road. But what I decided was that I was going to bring the rest of her life to life. And I was going to go ahead and take the leap and leave advertising and start all over in real estate development. And that's what I did. And so now I spent the last, 2.5 decades of my career in real estate development. And thankfully, I began my career. I had the vision about mixed use and other types of uses. So I started the career there. What made me create the MediSpa as a concept was about 15 years ago. I was speaking to some hotel developers. In fact, the brother that developed the largest Marriott in DC. And we were looking at franchise opportunities. But me being a strategist, I already knew that I wasn't so interested in just somebody else's franchise, to be honest. So I had this opportunity to speak and say, hey, what do you think about this idea? And he said, you need to develop your idea. Well, that's great. But typically, my smallest development project is about $150 million project. So I figured by wellness, MediSpa, I needed about $500 million. So, when you're coming out from the beginning, people are looking at you like, we don't know anybody like you that's received a check that big. How are you going to do this? And all of those things. But that's really what said that, listen, I'm about branding. I'm about creating intellectual property and assets. And I'm about blending my real estate knowledge with my market knowledge, my business knowledge, and understanding global markets. So I have basically framed us as the Marriott for wellness in a sense. So when you look at Marriott, Marriott owns several brands that are similar to my first three brands. The W is like my 420 wellness brands. The Four Seasons would compare to my Amani Haba brand, and my luxury, ultra luxury brand, Turquoise, is similar to the St. Regis or the Ritz-Carlton. So because again of understanding these markets and understanding the business opportunities, really looked for an opportunity to distinguish ourselves. And it's not just about our physical properties, because you can go to any spa, you can go to many hotels, they'll have a spa, they'll have a gym. It's the same old humdrum boring. They feed you the bad rubber chicken, so you leave there and you're sicker than when you arrived. So basically I said I was going to fix all of those things.
Okay.
Very deliberate. So we focus on mind, body, and soul healing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I love that. I love that. And I love the way that because anyone that did you take us through the journey, because I really feel I'm very visual. So I felt the story along with you. And so it really is inspiring and empowering for anyone that is watching, because what you're doing, what you're saying is that how you're evidencing how things are transferable, your skills, and then how that can pour into whatever it is you want to expand your dream. And it sounds very much so solid that what sets you apart is, everyone needs healing whether they know or not, right? And so it sounds like you got that formula locked in. So we're talking about healing. What wellness protocols do your organization offer? And how do they contribute to the overall well-being? Because we're already tapped into that.
Absolutely. And it's an excellent question. And so the first thing that we do is when you book your wellness retreat, and it's 7 days. So when Dr. Oliver, and since you said you're in London, you probably have heard of Dr. Aubrey Oliver, because he has a practice there as well and is on UK Galaxy Radio, broadcasting around the world on a regular basis. So when we combined our visions around what we wanted to do with treatment protocols, really looked at, I said, well, what's the minimum amount of time that we could have someone and really make a difference in their well-being? So we established that would be about, a 7-day, 6-night kind of program. And so in that, what we do is we conduct an assessment. And so this assessment is a simple, non-invasive assessment, but it's thorough. So when I first participated in my assessment, about a 40-something page document, but it gave me an overview of how each of my organs were doing. And more importantly, it provided me with insight on things that the doctor hadn't identified, like my brain was being poisoned by hair dye and excessive cortisol secretions, and that I really needed to do a complete detox, a detox that would detox not only my brain, but every organ in my body that potentially would be compromised, but that it was really important to zero in on gut health.
Yes.
And so once we establish, so we focus on, when we say mind, we're focusing on thought leadership around helping you heal from emotional trauma, because that cortisol and even current statistics telling me that, for example, women around the world don't know it, but oftentimes are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And then that coupled with the stressors of hormonal changes and hormonal imbalances. And so we see it as I travel and I see more and more women advancing in their careers and their lives. Sadly, they're carrying such heavy burdens and not realizing that if you're constantly sewing into everyone else, you're going to become depleted. Where do you go to get a refill? And it's not a 5-minute. Yes, you should take those 5-minute moments, but you really do need to do something a little bit more solid, more focused. I spent one weekend where I did a test where I did a weekend in silence. And it was such a healing gift. It's such a healing gift to hear. And that's really kind of where we go. So we say mind, body, and soul. And so when we're really doing that deep soul work, being able to quiet yourself so that you can hear your ancestral assignments clearly. And you can only do that when you take care of the first two. If you take care of your mind and you take care of your gut, that body part of your well-being, then it begins to create the space for you to then have the capacity to then address your soul assignments. And it helps to have a tribe of other like-minded individuals that you don't have to explain your why in terms of why this would be important. It's important for them as well. Then you can deal with, now my personal why is about X, and you have a whole crew of folks saying, yes, you can do it. Let's go forward. Let's do it. That's what I've envisioned, and that's what's important about the protocol.
I love it. I love it. Again, you're speaking my language. I understand everything that you are sharing, and the true authenticity of sharing that, especially when you gave the example about women, and the changes and the hormonal changes in the body and how that impact, and just trauma in general, people not having a deeper understanding of trauma on all levels, whether it's acute or chronic. So I'm enjoying how you guys are supporting people. And I just wanted to ask a sort of follow-up question before I move on, because I have so many questions for you. I'm so excited. But when you talked about having, the detox and having a scan, right? So I'm just curious, because I know a little bit when it comes to that, right? And so is that like, I've heard of bioscans. Is that the sort of technology where it's reading the electromagnetic energy of the body? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So you're getting that insight again in a non-invasive form, because people are like, oh, do we have to give blood? I'm like, no, you don't have to give blood. We don't have to take on any invasive type protocols to establish your baseline. And oftentimes, again, we encourage people before, even when they book their trip, we'll do a virtual assessment with the wellness team just to discuss, do you have any particular elements that you might be concerned about? Again, you can be healthy. You don't have to have an ailment that you're concerned about to book your wellness. It might just be that you want to come and get away and see what we're all about. Our tagline is escape, evolve, elevate. So you just may need to escape. You want to evolve and you want to elevate. We got you.
I love that. And it's like driving a car. A car requires a tune-up. Your body requires a tune-up. So escape, evolve, and elevate. I absolutely love that. So that gets me, I enjoy saying WAS, so can you explain that concept of wellness as a service solution,
Yes, that's a little techie in me, right? Because I'm like, they're selling SaaS and all this other stuff. So I said, well, let me speak to my tech folks in a way that they can understand. This is really a WAS. And so what I mean by that is that I really created a methodology, and there is technology that goes along with our solution. So when you become a member by being a guest, we are going to assist you by creating an opportunity for you to have a wellness vault where you can include your historical medical records, as well as you will have a record of all of the various treatment protocols. You'll have a record of all of our resorts that you've visited, all of our products that you've consumed, and then we'll both activate that with our AI so that we can notice any particular patterns, so that we can be predictive and preventative. We don't do sick care. We believe in wellness.
Exactly.
So we can see markers that indicate that something might be coming along. Perhaps you're taking, prescriptions or something that may conflict. Perhaps something has happened that's caused a spike, a change, an increase of your stress level. Being able to identify and remind you with other opportunities, and more importantly, really having a place where you may come for once a week, or 1 week a month, a year, but we have virtual trainings happening around the world. So you want to take a class? Well, you can take that class virtually. You want to listen to a cooking or food show, or learn about herbs or something that we're offering? We'll have that content available, and all of those things will be available in our NFT. So again, the little techie in me said, it's about having a methodology, and it's about being able to ensure that that particular methodology is both something that you can adopt, something that you can track, and then something that you can maintain and keep track of your progress. Again, because we believe that full life is 120 years and beyond. So we want you to be able to track, how you're going on that journey. and be able to prove that not only if you set that intention that it's doable, it's feasible, but you have a team of folks that are rooting you on.
I love that. I love, and it's so important, because like here in the UK, when they have like the red book when the kids are born, and the health visitors come and visit. So this is your WISE book, so you
yes.
to be able to monitor that and you be able to support them along that journey. I think this is beautiful. And it gets me into, so we talked about the mind and we talked about the body and the differences, but also with the body. So what is your take on food, and what do you think the role of food plays in the wellness protocols and people's wellness journey? And how does your farming initiative support these efforts?
Absolutely. Now, this is something that's become very critical and very concerning. Sadly, again, I'm in the U.S., and the U.S. market really allows all types of ingredients from a consumer standpoint to be added into the foods and the products and the supplements and the pharmaceuticals and all of those things that people are consuming. Unfortunately, those things that you're consuming, if the ingredients are bad, it's kind of like when we talk about computers building, I used to say building a database. If you put junk in, you're going to get junk out. It's the same thing, and what I have really witnessed is that Western medicine has definitely a place. You have an emergency, you're in a car accident, so on and so forth. You have an emergency rupture of an organ or something. It absolutely is valuable and important. But where I see sort of an overreach is where there are lifestyle preventative type chronic conditions that can be addressed. And more importantly, when you see people who have already begun to develop some of these conditions, like I have talk to people with I have a family member who survived 9 heart attacks, bless his soul. And I wonder, it's like, well, have you received any kind of nutritional guidance? And it's no, they're just they're adding another stent, they broke much, it's like, wow. We can really address this. And so it really was being introduced. I remember stumbling across Dr. Grundy, who used to be a heart surgeon, and really his transition into nutrition. And so again, all of these things are now beginning to come up and surface. But here's the thing. I remember the first time I thought I had done pretty well with selecting my supplements. And I showed Dr. Oliver, here's what I'm taking. And literally we threw out pretty much everything that I had on the shelf, because by the time you get to ingredient number 3 or 4, that's the poison.
Absolutely. Come on, tell the truth. Yes.
That's the poison. And so then the other part was that, Bill Gates and others with their so-called initiatives. Again, I always believe in, my mom said, follow the money and read between the lines. So it became really odd when I noticed that why would his organization be buying up all of the farms around the world, and in fact, even pushing farmers out of the industry? And what's with all this GMO and seedless stuff? If it doesn't have seeds, how was it created? How is it sustainable? And so I'm like, I don't want to be used for experiments, but that's exactly what it is. And I think that it's amazing to me sometimes that my body just rejects anything. I remember when they first started introducing artificial sweeteners. Like everybody else, I guess I didn't know it was any big deal. I tried one in that little pink package and my body threw it up right away. And I was like, okay, I'm one and done. I'm reading the ingredients and I'm like, that's why I didn't need to do this anyway. So avoid. I don't want any food. But again, high fructose corn syrup, all of these, rename it as soon as people become aware of the poison that it is. So with our initiatives, I began to, as I set up our locations, I said, we need to be located on either organic farms or beachfront properties. And organic farms, so that we can control from seeds to souls what it is you're consuming, and be able to certify with a level of certainty that we are not allowing poison to be part of our process. And so that's really why. And so with that, I began to look and say, well, if I'm going to create this opportunity, we need to have global access to these types of fruits and vegetables and foods. And so I created this initiative, Organic Farmers Global, which will be launching a release this week, because we have identified ways to help to mechanize farmers that don't have access to equipment. My mission is to train and develop 10 million farmers over the next decade around the world, and to move them from just being at the earliest stage of the business cycle where they're just providing the raw ingredients that then become more valuable further upstream. I'm literally aiming to help them create generational wealth and sustainable businesses and family organizations. So bringing in the background where I've trained thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs over the years on business structures and systems and processes. I'm a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt, so that means I can walk into any organization and improve its processes. So not only do I personally have tools and skills and techniques, I put together a team of A players that have deep domain knowledge across the sectors that are important, but more importantly, about how we deliver our solutions, organizations, businesses. And I felt from the beginning, as someone interviewed me when I was 18 with the business, and they said, well, what are you going to do as your causes and initiatives? And I said, I was going to do things to help kids and to seniors. And I was to make sure that I always had a social impact initiative. And so even when I took time to spend time in the corporate world where I was an executive, developing, again, my expertise as a real estate developer, so that I qualified when it came to this point, I spent all of that time training and developing entrepreneurs. So I always had, on a parallel path, a give back initiative. So I'm not just talking about it, as the young people say, I got the receipts.
You got exactly. You got plenty of receipts. And I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh my God, we could be on here for hours. But I have two relevant questions for everyone. Pause that for a second and just hone in and recap what you were saying about food, because it was so potent and so powerful, because you're talking about wellness. And what you're saying is I think you said seed. I heard soul. You might have said, okay. So I heard
the souls.
The souls. And to me, that resonates so well. And for everyone out there watching and catching the replay, what you are saying at a very baseline is that's your route to health, is how you feed the body. And I've heard you say about the ingredients. You get to ingredient number 3 and it's not for you. And that authenticity, that truth, even your own journey, I think is inspirational, sharing that as well, because, people get into routine about what life is, right? Or into a trend. In actuality, when you have preventable things, as you were saying, it's when you see people are passing away because of preventable diseases, this is why even your initiative is even more important. Just my observations from that. But thank you for that, for sure. So that brings me into, though, just for someone that's been on your journey with so much knowledge, so many connections in terms of how you've been bridging the gap from your marketing to the real estate, et cetera. For anyone on a wellness journey or on a business journey, what would you say were some of your challenges and sort of that they should look out for to help you excel, feel forward?
It's some of the same things that tend to come up. I've found myself being the first in many organizations. So when I was the first Black person in an executive position in every organization that I've ever entered, it seems, sadly. And that place of coming in with a certain level of excellence, just that, because that's who I was, early on, before I had all of the so-called advanced credentials. I was excellent at 18. When I won my first contract with the California State Library Association right out of high school. So I've been excellent for a long time. I had people evaluating me early going, well, you don't have this degree, you don't have that degree, but I'm advising you. How about that? But if you need me to get it, no problem, I'll get it. So it was that. People would always try to find what they feel is missing and create that as the reason. Rather than focus on the solution and the outcome. So early on, I started documenting my journey by keeping a spreadsheet of the financial value that I made. So my stage name is Dr. Money, not only because I have a DBA with an emphasis on venture capital, which is money, Dr. Money, but because I looked at every organization that I touched and the money that I save for every organization. And like you said, I kept a track record of those things because that's what kept me in those doors once I entered those environments, and had to deal with all of the other politics and all of those other things. And so now, as I'm out on the world raising capital, people are sort of gloss over when I said, well, my seed raise is $100 million. And they're kind of looking at me like you have the audacity. I'm like, listen, $150 million, $100 million is smaller than what it would take for me to build one project. And I'm buying 8.
Right.
Clearly, there's a genius in what it is that I'm talking about. And if you look at this value of this portfolio and the IP, the way that I put it together, that 100 million is a multi-billion-dollar organization, global organization.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not guessing valuation there to support it. So, again, but they're like, well, we're not used to anybody that looks like you talking about this. I said, but I have not just, as they say, the credentials, I have the experience.
The experience. Absolutely, Dr. Steph. Oh my God, we don't have enough time, but hold on. Because you're getting into an area as well that I would love to dive deep. So you definitely have to come back again because there's so much knowledge with you and it's such an inspiration. But when we get into, being a person of color and how you are moving through business and what that means and the challenges, it's just inspirational to hear your story, and how you documented and continued, because there would have been those challenges there. And so, no, thank you for sharing that. I really, really appreciate it. And I think, with all these projects you have going, right? So how do people, it's going to be a multi-layered question. How do they get involved? How do they find you? How will they get on the retreats? What's the best way to get it, even if they want to be trained or want to go into farm? You have so many different avenues for people to contact. What would be the quickest way to start?
So I would send them to 420. It's www.420wellnessjamaica.com. You can start there, and that's where you can identify, us, get a little overview of the initial organizations that are opening, and get on our email list.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be putting information through that location. The Organic Farmers Global is organicfarmersglobal.com. So between those two locations, if you're interested, if you're a farmer and you're looking to find resources and how you can have assistance with growing your production, if you have equipment that you'd like to learn about monetizing, that would be the location to find your way as part of that particular initiative. So 420 Wellness Jamaica, I want you to book your wellness week. And then if it is that you're interested in the global farming, Organic Farmers Global.
That is absolutely amazing. And do you do any form of coaching yourself? Do you coach businesses or individuals, entrepreneurs?
Yes, I am beginning to accept very limited clients. You got to be ready to be a growth player though, because I'm an A-playing coach. So, and I follow the coaches that coach the billion-dollar companies, or as I say, I was reading up and listening to one of the coaches. He says he coaches trillion-dollar organizations. So, if that's who I'm paying attention to, right? I'm like, let's go. I want you to play at a level that is definitely a level that will allow you to create generational wealth. And so, that's what the whole 10 million initiative is about. 10 million farmers and entrepreneurs globally, to really give them the tools. I don't have to recreate them, I have them. So I can just give them and train you through a process that will produce outcomes. Because remember, I keep the receipts. So I want to measure, because guess what? I tell people, look, if I gave you a strategy and that strategy is not working, I know how to pivot and fix it. So it's no problem.
Yes, you do, Dr. Steph. You definitely got the receipts and you got the foundation solid. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon, my evening. It's been an absolute pleasure to interview you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it, and I can't wait to see you. I'm going to be headed back to London. In fact, I have some acquisitions in London as part of this first phase as well. So you definitely make sure we contact and stay connected, okay?
Thank you so much. Genius coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks again.
No worries. Thank you. Oh, what a beautiful soul. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is for a fundraiser for students. You may go to the Black Business Expo USA.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App somewhere on this screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And let's thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, the NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Malane Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance,